Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Steletsy here, and welcome to the first ever Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition PK Tournament 2025 Castle Games stream from me. I decided early on I'd contact Chicks himself and say, I want to go cast some games for your tournament, and he said, sure, as long as you have the means to do it. And, in the end I decided it's probably better I just work with the game Rex and I don't do the live production, because the live production requires more specs on your computer, which apparently mine does not have, even though I paid over $2,000 for the thing. So we'll be looking at some game Rex today from some previously played matches. For all you people that don't know about this tournament, I guess the PK is the Player Killers tournament. The PK clan is the Player Killers, and they did a tournament in the hopes of bringing together a ton of people into the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition community to get people back interested in the game or stuff. That's sort of the end goal there, pretty much. So, yeah, it's pretty good. So, today's my first day of casting some games myself. I don't know which things I'm going to be doing first. I'm just going to be going down off of this huge giant list of things that I've been collecting, as a good collector is. And that should be pretty good. So, yeah, hopefully you are happy with how I do. If you don't like my performance with the casting and think I could have done better, if you're one of the participants, definitely let me know. Otherwise, yeah, this will be pretty good. So, yeah, this should be great. I just gotta share with a couple Discord servers for AoE3, because I know they're all gonna want to see this probably if they're interested in seeing my work. So, yeah, get ready for it, man. It's gonna be pretty fun, indeed. So, yeah, quite good. How many of you are still reeling from that skit I did yesterday with Order Guzin? I know many of you saw that thing and you're like, what's that man on anyways? How does he do those vocals for the Jollibee monster and the Count and Crony Bear and all those characters? And frankly, I don't even know how I do it. But what I can tell you is, after I do those skits in Order Guzin with the Hollow Girl plushies, my vocal cords just die for like a whole half a day. And I can feel like a frogginess in my throat after I finish it up, because I do all sorts of things with my vocals that you're normally not supposed to do for it. But I do it for the sake of entertainment, so it sounds a lot more fun. Because what everybody tells me, at least the developers say, is people love the skits when you make those crazy noises and you make it like super wild. So try to do more of those, and that's why I do that. And I make animal sounds, I try to make color girl sounds, even though I'm a dude, so it sounds androgenized like crazy, but it is what it is, and people seem to like that sort of thing, so yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that was quite fun. And, what else have I forgotten about already? Yeah, hopefully you guys got to check out the Pac-Man World 2 repack stuff I did as well. I did the last of it this Monday, but I also did some stuff on it back on Thursday and Friday of last week too. That was great. Did some fun gameplay there. It's not every day you see me play something other than RTS, so I would go check that out. Get fond of the game, like I did. I played it back in 2002 when it was on the GameCube and the PlayStation 2. So when they decided to do a remake on Steam and the modern consoles, I was like, I gotta play this. I know my keyboard isn't the best on this PC, but at least I can run it. And I was indeed able to run it just smoothly. And on my old PC, I wouldn't have been able to play that sort of thing. But on this one, no problemo. Just worked perfectly. Yeah, so, indeed, that was good. And what else? I'm trying to think what else I have to talk about. Oh yeah, you gotta decide if anyone wants to give me an opinion on. So, the volume of recordings we got for this tournament is crazy. There's like submissions every single day of the week. So would you be fine with me just doing one stream a week of it, or do you want me to actually start streaming this stuff up, on the weekends too when I can? I mean, I'd probably start it at night and they'd be a bit shorter. I would keep going as long as I want to, and then do a little one the next day and the next day and so forth. Because here's the thing, we don't have any new Middle East preview stuff to do, so it'd just be a bunch of random gameplays of me doing Wars of Liberty and Budokai and stuff. So I think what you'd rather see is me cast this tournament on the weekends instead of posting videos. So that might be a good alternative idea, and I think, you might like that. So, yeah, absolutely. That'd be pretty good. Indeed, yeah. Somebody just... Oh, well, that was a bot that pinged me. I thought somebody was pinging me to ask a question or something. Like, oh, ¿dónde está? Who's asking me preguntas at this hour? And I'm like, really? Huh. Whatever. Alright, now. Yep. Scrolling through a few other things. And we should be all set. It's a big event, so I don't want to miss any Discord servers that might want to see this stuff. So, yeah. Very good. Feels good that we're getting really close to the release of the Middle Eastern Wars of Liberty as well. That's going to bring a lot of people back to AoE 3. You know it is. That's going to be a pretty big comeback to it. Namely because those cids are really well done, I will say. Very, very well done, actually. So, to me, that's what matters the most, honestly. Is that they did a good job polishing them and adding features to them and everything. So, you will probably really enjoy that, pretty much. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm going to just look for the last links here and should be good to go. Nice. Huh. Just one more link here. Should be all good now. Very good. We should have them all done now. So, I gotta do one thing real quick. I gotta actually install those games to my directory. Because I didn't actually do that. Because I usually wait till during the stream for me to do that for some reason. Let me just make sure that we got all of them. That's a lot. That's a lot of games there, man. And there's even more too. I might have to open up a separate tab for all this stuff. Let me see. Open a new tab. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to go. We're gonna be going crazy trying to figure this out. Trying to remember which no, it's not there. It's that directory. Yeah. This one. Let me see. Games, AoE 3D. This. Save game. Here we go. Alright. Let me start with the ones at the bottom first, and then I'll climb back up, because you won't believe how many recordings we have here. This is insane, man. Oh boy. We got all of this stuff. It's like crazy. So we got this. I'll start with this stuff probably here. We got all sorts of good players too. We got Julian K and Shake and Revnak, Soldier, Baja Teacher, you name it. We got everybody in this thing. So that's going to be really something special. Yeah. I think that's part of the set too. Let me take that as well. I'm just making sure I don't accidentally copy anything that doesn't belong in there, because that would be weird. Because I have some other files. All this. Good. Oh man, look at how much data that is that I'm pasting in. It's like crazy. Oh, they should have like a separate folder for all this recording game stuff, because you lose all that with all the home city files from all the mods I have, and it's like a huge mountain, Mount Vesuvius. Yeah, no, I got Captain Link in here. We got Keter Boy. Oh, man, we got lots. I'll need, like, multiple days to do all this. I mean, I don't think I want to cast this stuff every day of the week, but I'll probably just make up for it on the weekends when we can. So, yeah. And then all this stuff here. Okay, very good. And now that that's all added in, I probably could just delete all that in that directory so I can save up some space on my PC because, man, that's a lot of disk space I'm using up there. Yeah, you know it. Just curious how much space is that I ended up just cleaning up there. That's a lot. Now, when you consider all that combined, it's like multiple gigs of data. No, actually not as much as I thought, but still pretty big. Okay, so we got some data back. That's great. Let's do this thing. Alright, so let me go into load. Probably gonna take a good amount of seconds to load. Oh no, that was pretty quick. Record games. Hopefully we don't get AO syncs, by the way. If we do, it is what it is. I'm not gonna sit here for an entire day trying to, you know, you know what I'm saying. I'm not gonna sit here an entire day trying to go through all these to make sure they don't AO sync because it's so. Look at all these files here. Look at all these things. Look at how many of them we got in here. These are all from the tournament. Look at all these. Huh? Oh man, we got everybody in this thing. Whoa. Okay, so I think this is the start of it here. Shake versus Saiz. And we'll go down from there basically. So yeah. Looks pretty good, right? Hopefully not gonna get tired. Ooh, Yukietti is here. Thank you for casting, man. Oh, thanks. Thank you for showing up to see your games here. Hopefully we'll get to some of them. Got all sorts of cool stuff to look at here. So, yeah, let's start with Shake versus Saiz PK Clan. And we'll work our way down this huge mountain of the list. And I'm also not going to pause either to look at the map or anything because obviously that'll take up way too much time because, as you know, we're going to be looking at tons of stuff right here. So, anyways, first game, we got Shake as the Ottomans against Azamk as the Chinese. This will be a really good duel. Two very strong civs, two very strong, well-known players here. Some that I've known for a very long time, so this is going to be a good matchup. What do we get with the Ottomans? So Ottomans are sticking to what they know best: trading posts, mosque, house start. That's usually their strongest play, because if you know anything about the Ottomans in Age of Empires 3, they love to send tons of cards, crates, units. Ottomans are very shipment driven, so the best way that they get that facilitated right away, build a trading post so you're getting that experience every time this delivers along the route. Build a mosque, because in Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition, churches actually trickle experience points. In this case, 0.8. So you're getting a 0.8 XP trickle per second, and then you're getting those batches of 69 or so XP up here every time the Traveler comes through. So that's pretty good. And on the other side, we got the Chinese with Azamk. Chinese, as you know, also usually build a trading post as part of their build order, because with the amount of wood that they get and kind of similar circumstances to the Ottomans, they also need to make sure that they get a ton of shipments, because Really what you see whenever you're dealing with the Chinese is typically they will go for a really beefy spam of stuff pretty much. Yeah. Looks like the arrow keys are slowing down a bit over here, so I'll have to use my left hand here on the mouse pad, I think, probably, to do that. Yep. Alright, so look at this treasure here. That's a pretty good treasure whenever you can find one of them. The sunflower one. The sunflower one has about 110 food in it, and it's pretty easy to take out. I mean, coyotes, wolves are some of the easiest treasure guardians to destroy. Then all you have to do is stun the bandit rider, and he's pretty easy to beat down once you stun him or use your ability on him. So honestly, to me, it's a pretty good freebie when it comes to food whenever you find one of those. So he got very lucky there on that. Obviously, Chinese do really good whenever they find a food treasure, since pretty much when you get a food treasure as a Chinese, it goes right into building your wonder right away. They are going to play by the standard. And by standard, I mean consulate with Russians enabled and going with the Summer Palace. I know there's some other Chinese players we've seen on the channel more recently that have used other wonders like the Porcelain Tower, but this guy sticks to the standard script. Pretty much the idea is you go Russian consulate so that you can get the blockhouse with the export. And how you can afford that is there's a card here that they added to Definitive Edition called the T-Export card. It gives you 100 export right away to spend, and then it gives you a consulate rickshaw, effectively saving you 200 wood. And on top of that, it adds an increased export trickle that you'll enjoy the rest of the game as well. So, all that in mind, you pretty much get an easy path to getting an early blockhouse from the Russian allies. And that blockhouse can not only defend the area like a tower, it can also train all of the banner armies. Not just some of them, not just the infantry ones, it can train all of the banner armies. So it's a really, really good way to getting a nice forward base down, a good defensive position, saving you 200 wood on the War Academy, potentially, depending on what your strategy is. It's really effective. So they're going to open up with a shipment of step riders, basically hand cavalry, great for raiding, also exceptional against crossbowmen, archers, anything like that. So that's probably why he's starting out with that. Go for some early pressure. Looks like he's already on professional hunters, which is the second hunting upgrade at the market there. One good thing to do with the Chinese, if you can, try to get your market up as soon as possible. It's very beneficial to you. Back on the Ottoman side, they are going for, trying to see, I think a fast fortress. Yeah, no, I see the chest of coin in the base, going for the steel traps, second hunting upgrade. This is telling me that we're getting a fast fortress. Also going for the 5 Uruk shipment, of course, so start with 700 coin followed by villager shipment. That's a very common fast fortress to do with the Ottomans. Basically, if you don't expect to need to build any defensive buildings, like a tower or a barracks, you can just go for 5 vills. That way you're getting a little bit of boom done on top of your fast fortress, so you can essentially get a bit ahead of the game, pretty much. Now, what the step riders are doing, which is pretty interesting, is they are actually attacking the house and not the villagers. There's a specific reason why it's doing that. The reason he's attacking the houses is because since the Ottomans are so shipment dependent, one way you can kind of prevent them from eating up a ton of shipments and building these big armies is strip them of their houses so they don't have the pop space to send a major shipment like Mamelukes or Falconets or Safahis. That's one way to slow the Ottomans down a bit when you know they're just going to garrison inside the TC anyways. You can at least hurt their population space and force them onto wood, which cuts down their time in villager seconds that they'll be able to spend on gold or food. So that's why you're seeing that over there. And from what we can see right now, Shake's doing a great job at defending these vills, you know. But I will say that loss of the house, that's going to force him onto some wood, you know. And that could be a potential issue, as we'll see. But who knows? He is fake after all. He's a pretty legendary player in the AoE3 community. I've seen a number of his games before, and he's no slouch. He'll probably come back very strong after the loss of that house. That casa of his. Oh, up, one Yaruk is down, so we're already seeing some casualties on the battlefield there. Some more step riders from the side over here. As you know, the Summer Palace for the Chinese does give you free banner armies, so guess what that means? You can get the standard army here, which includes Chukunu, your archer, and yes, more step riders. So even if you lose some in a raid from that shipment, you can obviously add a few back in from the Summer Palace block army there. So that's essentially what he did over there. As you can see, Ottomans right in age 3. What is he getting? He's getting Sublime Port. He's gonna convert all of his food into a greater amount of wood. Whoa. So, yeah. That's why he went with the 5 Yaruks after all. He wasn't even concerned about wood at that point. Yeah. And it looks like he ended up going for the Ottoman age 3 age up against him free hand cavalry here, because now he has some delis. The delis are a little bit different than hussars, so they're not as strong as the hussar per se, but they have a faster rate of attack of about 2.5. Standard hand attack on those cavalry is a little bit slower, so these guys actually well, wait a minute, no, I'm looking at the siege tag. What am I doing? It's 1.2. Hand attack of 2.5 on a hand cavalry would be garbage, by the way. That would be really bad. 1.2 on the other hand is better than average, because the average hand attack on a hand cav is about 1.5. And it's actually 1.2, so they slice really fast into the unit. And the longer they're alive, the more value they're going to get in that fight, specifically. Okay, so we do see a stable up with all that wood, as well as a foundry. And probably any houses, and also a town center, too. Oh, and he's going to get a 3rd town center. So he took all that wood, which I believe was like 2,000 or something like that, because he had about 1.5k food, and then he got a greater amount of wood. He ended up making 2 town centers, which is 1.2, actually 1,000 wood, because the 5th edition makes the TCs a bit cheaper than the old costs. Then he got a stable down, he got a foundry down. He's all set. He's all set. Sorry. Are you ready? Yes. So I guess he had to pause. Oh man, so delis have to get out here. They're getting surrounded. He actually called his sentries to stop a potential raid. Step riders here though are raiding a bit. Looks like he's got some Kijiks as well from a banner army that he made from his blockhouse. That's essentially your cav archers, by the way. Good against cavalry, good against artillery. Well, actually, these guys don't have any multipliers against artillery. I've never noticed that before about Kijiks. So they're really only good against hussars, I think. Yeah, so what Ottoman is going to do, which I think is a pretty good combination, is go Abyss Gunner Cav Archer. That's a pretty common archetype we see a lot in Age of Empires 3. Going with skirmishers for infantry, in this case Abyss Gunners for the Ottomans, and then go for their light cav unit from the stable. And what that does is it allows you a lot of flexibility with your anti-cav, so that you can quickly chase down hand cavalry, you can quickly maneuver around to protect those skirms, and then the skirms are just range unit domination on the battlefield. In the case of the Ottomans though, it's even more telling because, as you know, Abyss Gunners deal crush damage and not pierce damage. So there's a lot more things that Abyss Gunners can completely shred. That includes skirmishers. Because this Abyss here does about 43 crush damage, and it eats right through all this pierce armor on the Arquebusier. So it only takes about 3 shots, I think, to insta shoot down an Arquebusier for the Chinese. The one problem with the Chinese is that all their units, for the most part, are very flimsy and not that good. And I'm just gonna shut that off. But in general, the Chinese, very paper tiger type units, so if you have a good unit like a mercenary, Abyss Gunner, artillery or whatever, pretty much they're going to be good at shredding those units really finely, I would say. Oh boy, look what China just got. They got a really good shipment over there. This is a shipment that I see a lot of people get. It's called the Bayang Army. So what this gives you 8 step riders, 8 Kijiks, and then it gives you their veteran upgrades for free. That's a really good value because it gives you a nice solid mass of cavalry, and it saves you that 200 wood and 100 gold costs, essentially propelling you pretty well to using those cavalry for the rest of the game, at least from the Fortress Age. So, we got Abbas and Cav Archers trying to defend. Those Step Riders are trying really hard to break through this middle area to hit the Abbas, and they've had a little bit of success. Oh man, up. We got more Step Riders just forcing their way through there onto the Abbas. Look at that. And now we got Cav Archers and Abbas trying to hold this defensive line here, and we got Falconets in the back as well from the home city. One of the strongest shipments that the Ottomans can do is the 2 Falconet one in the Fortress Age. That and their hand cavalry shipments, their Sifahi ones and their Mamluk ones. But those ones do cost resources as well, so you have to be, you know, acutely aware of that when you time those. What will China do is retaliation here. So China, if we get over here, they have a Flying Crow that's coming out of their academy right now. They're shipping in meteor hammers. They're switching to territorial army. So the Changdaos and the Arquebusiers. Summer Palace is still on standard army, which is a pretty fast training one compared to some of the more expensive ones. And yeah, so China's gonna have to get some troops together really fast, because as you can see here, Ottomans are right on their tail, and they got a pretty established army. They got anti-cav, they got anti-infantry, and they got 2 pieces of artillery. Plus these few emergency units here with 1 HP, these Bashi Bazooks. Though these guys will go down in 1 hit, they could provide some good range support if you don't target them right away. So it's a pretty motley crew of troops right here. And they actually did take out a village. A village for the Chinese gives the Chinese about 20 population, and then some if they continue to upgrade the population slots in it through the technology. So losing a village is no joke, you know. That can house the Chinese pretty severely if they're not careful. Thankfully they got a bit of a nest egg here of 95 pop still, so that should be good. Also, they'll lose some population from losing the blockhouse, by the way, too, since it provides a little bit as well. Yep, went down to 90. So yeah, I don't know what China's going to do here. It looks like they're kind of behind the wheel. You know, they got a couple of skirmish, a couple of free step riders, the meteor hammer shipment, the flying crow. Not a lot of good stuff here. So this is very, very bad. Very bad. So Eastern medicine here. This is going to make the villagers a little bit more durable and less likely to be down by all this range stuff steamrolling through their base. And yeah. So Falconets are right on top of that consulate there. And yeah, that structure should be down. Going for repelling volley. Honestly, this will only help against the Cav Archers. Yeah, because what it does is it gives your Chukunu and your Arquebusier more multipliers against the Dragoons and against the Muskets. So if you don't have any sort of heavy inf on the field, it's only half useful at this stage. But unfortunately, he doesn't have any good unit shipments available, right? Unfortunately, he can't send the Manchu. That would probably be a little bit better because it's at least boots on the ground, but yeah, no, GG. He's totally outgunned there pretty much. This is something we see a lot with the Ottomans, you know. The Ottomans, their units can be a little pricey at times, but they hit really hard. You know, the Abbas gunners, they're like the mix between skirmisher and artillery. They will eat through units' armor, especially infantry, very easily. And if you don't deal with them early on, if you don't hard push them, they'll just make you lose very quickly. So that's what we saw there. Good job there, Sheikh. You did an excellent job on that one. As a reminder to people watching these games, At this stage of the tournament, they're all best out of ones, right? So there's no best out of 3, best out of 5. We're not into that step yet. So these are just single games against players, pretty much. So every game we cover tonight is going to be a different matchup, you know, different matchup between people. We're not going to see the same people fighting each other multiple times. It's going to be a fresh experience every time, which is, I think, pretty cool, you know. So if you don't like a matchup in particular, at least you're going to get to enjoy lots of variety tonight, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to scroll through with the arrow keys here and, you know, do it this way so we can find our place. And I don't even know how I'm going to remember where we are if we come back and stream this tomorrow night and the next night as well. Let's see here. Let's find out where we are. Okay, so we're on this one now. Phoenix versus Looktom. This is game number 2. Let's see what they have for us tonight. And by the way, all these games are played on the same map as well, which is the Great Plains map. So don't be asking about what map it might potentially be. It's all going to be on Great Plains. I'm Russia main, by the way. But you're playing the Ottomans, sir. Why are you playing the Ottomans? Why didn't you play the Russians or something? Wouldn't that be better? Yeah. Well, honestly, if we saw anything from last game, Ottomans do have a really good performance, right? You just play by the standard rules, get a mosque like you see here, get a trading post like you see here, and then get a house. Stick to that type of build order. Ottomans, very rewarding, you know. As long as you can roll in the shipments, Ottomans will pay back tenfold usually. Oh man, pay attention. Up. Hey, you could have grabbed that, you know. He was like right down there, you know. You gotta pay attention to that stuff, son. You just lost 25 wood. That's pretty serious. I mean, look. You're the Ottomans. You could use that wood to get that house down as part of your build order. So, I don't know what you're doing there slacking on that. You gotta look at what's behind your tushy over there. Pick it up. Yeah, tell me about it. So, oh man, wow. British with the treasures today. They just got 25 wood and stole that right under the Ottomans' nose. They got 30 XP. He could get a food one up here for the chokeberries. That's pretty decent one as well. What else? You got a wood one over here too. I would get this one and then this one personally. That's what I would do. Those are the ones that I would get. Particularly as the British, because as you know with the Brits in this game, the British use manor houses, as you know. They're a little bit more expensive than the average house, but they give you a free villager when you build them. So, can you teach me some CS2? I'm noob at it. Oh, great. Talking about Counter-Strike during the PK tournament, really? Yeah. If you want to go play Counter-Strike, go play Counter-Strike. But I need to be strong in AoE 3 too. Yeah. Absolutely you do. You're in the literal Age of Empires 3 tournament. Why did you think, you know, you don't want to be like me and mess up all your matches, because that wouldn't be good. So you better get good at AoE 3 first and then consider getting good at Counter-Strike. But just like I said, this guy right here, very smart, got the food treasure and then the wood treasure. And that's going to go right into another manor house, I guarantee you, right away. So that's really phenomenal for him. So what's his deck up like? So he's got 3 villager, and then he has an infinite 2 villager card here. Question is he going to get this, or is he going to wait for something stronger in Age 2? I would probably wait for something stronger in Age 2. This is a good backup if you don't have anything else to send. Nothing to send at all. That's the magic of infinite cards. But personally, I would either go with wood as the Brits, or if I was in real trouble and needed a quick unit, I'd probably go for the longbows, personally. Because the longbows for the Brits, very strong unit. They got a range longer than a skirmisher, they got really good rate of fire of 1.5, standard skirm at rate of fire of 3. Cut that in half is quite significant. So yeah, that's what makes the Brits pretty strong as well. They got a constant flow of villagers because of all those manor houses. bringing out free villagers, and then you got great troops like the longbowmen to make good on all the stuff that you got. So, you might be wondering, why are all of these vills on wood right now? And yes, that has to do with the manor bonus. The more wood that this British player can get early on, the more manor houses that they're going to be able to construct quickly, which is going to be more free vills, more economy. So that's why they do that. And Governor General is the common politician for the first age up for the Brits. It's pretty reliable since it gives you a bit of gold to make musketeers right off the bat once you get a barracks. Also, you get an outpost that you can use to defend all those vills you just made, right? Wouldn't it be pretty bad? Wouldn't it be horrible, in fact, if all those free vills you got were for nothing and they all got raided? So, giving somebody a tower, quite good. You can also use it aggressively too, like this, and put it in a middle map position, a forward base position. An outpost wagon gives you a lot of flexibility, you know, since it can be used defensively, it can be used as part of a rush. So it looks like in this case, sort of at the midpoint, so kind of map control, maybe a little aggro, who knows. Yeah, so how many manor houses are we on for this Brit player? We are on 8 of them, ocho. So he's doing quite good. That means 8 free villagers. He could potentially construct even more of these manors as time goes on. Oh man, oops. So he's on 10 of them now. So he's 10 villagers ahead of his opponent. That's quite good. What else is he doing? He's shipping in 600 wood. So he shipped 700 wood. Now he's going in with the 600 wood. So he's going super greed right now. He's thinking, if I can get all this wood in, I can get all my manor houses done super duper early, or at least most of them. Then I'll have a ton of vills to cap on my opponent with, right? What do the Ottomans do in response to that, though? So the Ottomans, similar to last game, are going to go fast fortress. That's their best call in this situation. Because if there's one thing that the Ottomans can do to mess up a British manor boom, it's elite troops. 2 Falconet, Mamluk, Sipahi, maybe a few Abbas gunners, Jans. That's a pretty powerful mix there. The Brits are mostly going to rely on numbers early on, whereas the Ottomans are going to focus on quality of their troops. Janissaries being a formidable soldier because of their high hit points compared to other musketeers. Their counter-cavalry ability is a little bit slumped, but when it comes to being durable, surviving a lot of shots, the Janissaries deliver quite nicely. So he's already got about 11 of these guys. About 10 of them, it looks like. 5 from the home city and then 5 from the barracks. Quite good. He's also going to queue up 3 more of them as well. What's the age up? It's the marksman. So he's going to get 4 free Abbas gunners from that. So you already got a few Abbas gunners already in the mix. Looks like he is charging the bandit riders here as well. But unfortunately, the British are going to meet him head on with their own musketeers. And though technically Janissaries will beat out this number of musketeers, you don't want to fight here because obviously you got treasure guardians shooting at you, which is going to make the battle a little bit uneven until your Abbas gunners arrive. Once your Abbas gunners arrive as the Ottomans, things are smooth sailing for you. You're dealing crush damage, which is, for the case of muskets, really doesn't matter that much since they don't have any pierce armor anyways, but the multipliers do matter, and when you look at it, base stat at 36 crush times 1.75, you're looking at a ton of damage to these muskets and looking at potentially 3 or so shots to take one out in one go. And since you got 4 of these guys, yeah, theoretically you could take like that whole set and just go boom, 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 and just keep one-shotting them, one-shotting them, one-shotting them, and just keep taking them out. That's what makes Abbas gunners quite dangerous, even in small numbers. Because even with the small number of like 4 of them, you already have enough to one-shot one of these muskets. Yeah, and it looks like right now Ottoman's just trickling their numbers of Janissaries. They actually also got the veteran upgrade on the Janissaries, making them even more tanky than they already are. On the other side of the river here, we got the Brits who just built a stable. They're going to be adding in some Hussar. They realize now that there's some Abbas on the field. They also are thinking about the future and realizing Ottomans could dump 2 Falconets from the home city on them at any time. Only way they're going to potentially deal with that threat, a bit of handcap to rush the anti-infantry with. Right? It's not going to be easy since, of course, there's so many Janissaries on the field that they can just smother the Abyss and Falconets to protect them. Like that. See that? They can predict their movement, they can build their formation around, protecting them. And yeah. But what this does do, all this pressure, it gives the British Musketeers an opportunity to push ahead towards the Abyss themselves and actually focus fire on them and target them down. So this British player is quite intelligent because he knew with the number of muskets he has that he was able to run down the Abyss gunners from shooting range. Because the Janissaries are so busy trying to protect against a handcab that the Musketeers get the diversion they need to go after the meaty target. So one Abyss is left, and the 2 Falconets have arrived from the Ottoman home city at this point. British muskets are numbering at 28 over here, plus another 7 down here, totaling at 35. Pretty good mass. The one good thing about the British Manor Boom is you got so much resources coming in from 20 extra vills that you can keep up 2 queues of musketeers. You can have 2 barracks and be able to maintain that. And that's how you're going to beat out the Ottomans in the end. They're going to focus on quality. You're going to focus on quantity. I'm not saying, though, that the Brits are bad by any means, but in terms of stats, but I will say, definitely comparing a Janissary to a musket, it is going to be more about that quantity factor than the quality one, since the Jans are going to focus on just huge numbers of HP, while the Brits are like, alright, you might have more HP and you might win in a one-on-one fight, but I got like 3 or 4 more muskets than you do, and we'll beat you out on that alone. Yeah. Brits are going right for the base. They're going right for the jugular here, right around the barracks in the town center. But they are going to have to veer off, though, because they know that the Falconets are right on their tail, and if they get picked off by these Falcons, it's not going to be good. Yeah, Brits also have some Hussars on the field at this point, and those will be good for harassing the Falconets and forcing the Janissaries into a tight formation to protect that. At the same time, though, Brits are going to maintain their queue of muskets and Hussars, now pushing more into the Hussars, I think, because they know that the artillery is there. Also picking up Amalgamation, that's the second mining upgrade. You obviously need to make sure that you have enough gold as well. Whereas, well, here's what I'm saying. Technically, food is your most important resource in this situation, since your muskets and Hussars cost more food than they do gold, but of course gold is another thing you have to worry about as well, so yeah, that's why you see that gold upgrade research now. Okay, so we got harassment of Ottoman villagers, which is quite big. Losing 3 of them here, as well as whoever else was over here, that's big. Okay, so Hussar, oh man, that's pretty huge. So the Hussars found an opening right at the tippy here to hit this Falcon, and then the muskets just focused down the other Falcon. That's a huge turnaround there, and at this point, Brits are looking really good. Yep, GG. Wow. This is a good demonstration to you new players out there how to beat an Ottoman fast fortress. Just because an Ottoman can out-fast fortress you doesn't mean that you're going to lose. It just means that you have to find alternate means to win. The Brits do it by massing tons and tons of troops and using them wisely. What Phoenix was able to do was he was able to force Ottomans into positions where their cannons and their Abyss gunners were exposed, and he was able to use the raw mass of his musketeers' range attack to snipe those targets, and then also get the Janissaries in enough of a vulnerable position that you could squeegee in a Hussar or 2 to maybe target them as well. So, good use of Hussar and musket gameplay here by the Brits. It basically saved them from the impending doom that the Ottoman fast fortress is known for, so that was quite good. Off to a good start, I will say. Something you'll notice here, all of these players we got in this tournament are top-notch. They're no slouches. They are 200 IQ Albert Einsteins and Thomas Edisons, basically. They know what they're doing in this game. So every game we're going to watch tonight is going to be like a master class of how to play Age of Empires 3 to anybody watching it. Just letting you know, we're in for a real treat tonight, I think, with all the games we're going to see. And that's why I enjoy casting these ones, because I'm on top of my toes right now doing this, because I feel like, at least when we do Wars of Liberty sometimes, people are like super slow, like it's a retirement home, and they're not active on the map doing all this stuff, and I'm kind of like, snoozing at the wheel almost. So yeah, frankly, I'm quite impressed with this quality of stuff here, pretty much. That's pretty good. Yeah. So now we're on game number 3 here. Group A, Halon versus Haramija. This will be a good one. Let's load it in now. The scenario file cannot be loaded. It may not exist. Let me try one more time. I'll try that one more time. And again, we're going to obviously run into that problem tonight where there's just some game recs that don't work. And that's unfortunately what we're going to have to deal with, sadly. So, yeah. If it doesn't work again, we'll just go to game number 3, game number 4. But I just wanted to... We'll give this one more try and see. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We missed one, by the way, too. We missed this one. So, yeah, that doesn't work. We actually forgot a game there. Did somebody tell me that I forgot that one, or am I just sleeping at the wheel? Who's next? We're going to see another game by Shake that I completely forgot about in the list. So let me get back on that now. And we're going to be watching that. Alright, so let's go down there and find out. Okay, scroll. I'm just going to pull this and rip it down like that. Okay, there we are. So here's where we were last. We just saw this one, and we saw this one. But I completely missed this one here. So we're going to try this one now, and this one does not work. So let's go back up to this one and see what we can pull with this. Alright, good. It's loading at least. Pray no out of sync. Okay, so Shake is playing the Ottomans again. And Fefferon 2232 is playing as the Ethiopians. So pretty much we got an African civ, and then we have the Ottomans here. This should be a pretty interesting matchup, to say the least. As you can see, Shake knows his way around the Ottomans pretty well. He can do a pretty solid fast fortress with them. Good luck, by the way. Yep, it's always a good thing to tell your opponent in a professional tournament. Just shows respect for their skills and everything. Yep, so Ottomans already building their mosque, putting down their trading post, which thankfully on Great Plains is not that far away. You need a few villas on the wood early on to be able to afford that 100 wood house, and the rest is history with them. Ethiopians, though, are going to be a little bit different. So, as you know with the African civs in Definitive Edition, they have some special quirks. They don't get a normal market, they get this thing called a livestock market. And how it works is, you put livestock at the market, so it doubles as a livestock pen and a market. And you can either use this thing to fatten the animals up so you can eventually eat them, or you can actually sell the cattle for either wood or gold. And the fatter the animals get, the more valuable they'll be and the more wood or gold you get from them. So it looks like he's already sold one of his cattle there to be able to afford enough wood for a house. So that's why you saw that there. Because one thing I learned the first day that I played the African civs in Definitive Edition that made me lose instantly is I didn't even realize that they didn't even get enough wood crates at the start to build a house. You were actually expected to decide when you're going to sell one of those cattle for wood to build that house. And yeah, pretty much. Now this structure here is called a granary, and it's actually a free building to get. What it does is it lures animals in around it. You can see all the bison just neatly packed around the corners here. It improves your gather rate of the villagers that are hunting over there and gathering berries over there, so the villagers will just gather food faster. Really good. And also it researches your farming upgrades and your hunting upgrades. So it also benefits your work rates for your fields as well. So it's kind of like a booster building pretty much. The only thing that it costs you to build one is the villager seconds you lose having the villager try to construct the thing. So yeah, pretty much. Another thing for Ethiopia particularly is to get this structure called the Mountain Monastery. It's a church that you stick on the mine, and you get these priests called the Buns that can actually gather from it. Now, there's different modes that you can set a monastery to. You can either set it to, I think, all gold. You can set it to golden influence and then mostly influence. And influence is sort of like your special resource for the African civs that you can use to recruit native warriors, hire mercenaries, and research special alliance technologies with it. So it's quite good. Double Jan, I presume. Is it Double Jan? Let's see. Let's check out the almond deck and see if he's right. So, from the looks of it, it could be anything, you know. Who knows? So you are doing it. How do you know he's going double barracks, Chancellor? Could be going for a Fast Fortress. He could be going Jan Abbas. He could be going Delhi Abbas. You don't know. Well, he is getting 2 houses, by the way. Good scouting. Oh, so he is going for double barracks janissary. Huh. Interesting. So that's actually a common build order we see a lot with the Ottomans if you're not going for a fast fortress, is getting 2 barracks and then going janissary spam. It's a really good setup for the Ottomans because, as we've seen in the last game, janissaries are very high in their hit points, so they're very durable. They're quite durable, so they can actually withstand a lot of range shots, so if you can spam them very easily, janissaries will win you just about all the matchups against muskets, typically. Except maybe Ashigarus with the Japanese, because they run faster and they can sometimes dodge unfavorable matchups and everything. But yeah, we're not getting into that right now. Right away, you see going for steel traps early on. Janissaries, for all the HP that they get, they're a little bit pricier than the standard musket. Standard musket, 75 food. A janissary costs, I believe in Definitive Edition, it's 90 food. In the old game, it used to be 100 food. Let me look at that cost. Yeah, 90 food. So it's a little bit cheaper than it was back in the old days. But still, you're going to need extra food than you normally would for a double musketeer spam, like the one Phoenix did with the Brits. So yeah, you need to make sure you get all your hunting techs done early so you can afford all that. So right out of the gate, we got 10 Jans. This is a huge amount of pressure to put on your opponent. Let's see what Ethiopia has to deal with that. So they're going with double Giscania. Giscanias, they're sort of Ethiopia's answer to the musketeer. The only thing is, they're not a musketeer at all. They throw spears at you. But they function the same way. They got a strong range attack, and then they got an anti-cav attack in melee, since, well, if they can throw spears at you, they may as well be able to pull one of them and thrust them into the cavalry as well, like a Hopate, and that's exactly what they do. For right now, it looks like Janissaries are winning with their superior HP, and the Giscanias are forced to retreat, it looks like. Yep, they're going back to that position right now. Another thing to notice as well is the Giscania does have a little bit more attack to them than the Janissary, so that's the one thing that they win on. Another thing about the Giscania that sets them apart from most musketeers, they actually cost wood instead of gold. So if you run out of coin in your base as the Ethiopians, you can continue to spam Giscanias no problem. So for maps that are very low gold, Giscania is a very reliable trash unit that you can continue to mass up and really utilize. So yep, we're sort of just seeing a back and forth between Giscania and Janissary. Ethiopia's just getting their 6 Giscania shipping in right now. Did Ottoman send in a Janissary shipping yet? Nope, they have not. They're actually shipping in their 700 gold right now. Probably so they can afford more Janissaries than their opponent. Because right now it looks like we're just in a straight up musket war. Gascuñas versus Janissaries, and that's about... Oh, he's targeting the Abun Priest. Wow. That's not good. See, you need the Abun Priest to continue to work at these monasteries and to gather for you. So if you can snipe one of them, it's just as good as sniping a villager, maybe. So that's pretty nice there, actually. Yeah. Okay, and now we see Janissaries climbing up the side here, looking to get some more... Ooh, I thought I was going to get that priest, but I guess not. Gascuñas pursuing behind here against the Janissaries. Quite good. Let's see what they pull off. Yeah. Okay. Taking the target onto the Janissaries there. They take out the Explorer. Shipping in some Rumeliets or delis there. Some hand cav. What will the Ethiopia do? So the Ethiopia is still double queuing Gascuña, shipping in their gold. Do they have any tricks up their sleeve or what? So they could ship in Shotel Warriors, which is sort of the Ethiopian early hand cav that they get. It's obviously more akin to a Coyote Runner because he's on foot, but same idea. So here comes the Hussars, or the Delis as the Ottomans call them, with their faster rate of attack. And we're going to see potentially how they do here. Now, interestingly, it looks like the Ethiopia did decide to train some herdables as well to stick onto their livestock market because they realize they might have to sell them off at some point for some more wood and gold to keep up with this mass. So we'll see if that ends up being needed here or not. Looks like the hand cav are doing a great job at meat shielding. That's one thing you gotta watch out for if somebody pulls up hand cav in a musketeer fight. They'll try to take those hand cav and stick them in front of their muskets so that they'll soak up all the bullets and then give the muskets a battlefield advantage. As well as raiding too. They were able to raid on this position as well and just swoop around there while Ethiopia was so focused on the muskets at play. That's the best way in RTS to really mess up an opponent. Set it up so they have to take care of multiple tasks with their mouse at the same time. So they get frazzled and they forget something or miss something that they had to do. And that was just a really good setup there. Very good. Janissaries are now sieging away at that mountain monastery there. Pretty good. Very nice. And now, what are they going to do at this point? They are just snuffing out any potential vills. If they, the hand cav snuffed them out. These guys are toast, and I think he is too. I mean, look at the score difference. He's like 4,000 down. That's pretty big. GG Joe over. Oh, tell me about it, man. Nice try, though. Nice try, though. But that is a warning to you. Don't try to double musket against double Jan. It's going to be an uphill battle because those Jans are already set to beat you one-on-one because of that HP. So if there's as many Jans on the field as muskets, you've already lost that battle. And that good meat shielding at the start there with the delis once they arrived, that was another good move on Shake's part, I think. So yeah, I think Shake definitely was shaking his bacon to win that one, to say the least. So that was quite good. Good set we have so far, you know. Can't complain at all about this stuff. I got Julian or Revnak, they most versatile and best out of 9. Lil Bo, outside bet. Good picks. I got Julian, Revnak always is. I'm always rooting for my fave, Soldier and Pasaniak. Cheers. Easy. Oh yeah, that was an easy one for Shake. Good job there, honestly. So now what we're going to do is we are going to come back into the next match. Go to record game, scroll, and we'll find where we are now. So now we're going to be looking at this one. Phoenix versus Haramija. Hopefully, yep, this one works. This one's good. So maybe Halan's recordings are sus. Anyways, here we go. So Phoenix is running the British again. Very good. Sticking to what he knows best. And then Haramija is playing as the Russians. So we're going to have a Russia versus British here. And this is a pretty interesting matchup. As you know, with the Russians, they're known for one thing: unstoppable Streletzes. Yeah, they make unstoppable Streletzes. They make me, and then they win games. Well, no, it's not just because of me, but I'm a big factor in it. Pretty much Russians are going to be very aggressive in a 1v1. They're going to put down the forward blockhouse and run a ton of blocks of infantry out of that, pretty much. That's usually what they're going to do here. So, yeah, British are going to have to deal with some early pressure early on, and they're going to have to custom themselves to defending that. If they can defend it pretty well, should be easy. If they can't, Russians might have a shot. We'll see. We'll see. Because it's not only blocks of infantry the Brits have to worry about, they also have to worry about shipments of Cossacks coming in too. And yeah, let's see what treasures they're going to get. So the Brit player here is getting a 60 XP treasure right there. Quite good. Look, Tom is invited to a match. I don't know why it says that in the recordings. Like, why do I care? I'm not Tom. I'm not Tom. Ugh. But, yep, 60 XP there. The animal treasures are usually not that good, but they can be useful when it comes to getting other treasures usually, so I never turn it down. You can also use them like a dog slowing down a robber in your home, and they'll nip at their ankles and slow them down and snare them. That's another thing you can use the animals for, which is quite good. Yep. So here we go with, Also, how's Russians doing with their treasures, actually? Is there any treasures in their vicinity? They get this gold real easily, 35 coin. They can also get this wood one here. This could definitely help you to afford some unstoppable Streletzes down the road. So, one thing I gotta note about the Russians don't get any villager cards, so their first card is always going to be this wood trickle here called distributivism, or whateverism it is. And basically it's a decent wood trickle that will help you to afford blockhouse, houses, unstoppable Streletzes, you name it. So it's definitely a solid card, but maybe not as strong as the 3 villages one that you're so used to. But it gets the job done for the Russians, usually. Oh, thank you for helping your friend out there and taking out the last treasure guard. I need it. Yep, he knew you needed it, and that's why he helped you to get it. Because he knew that you were going to play so bad against the Brits that you just needed that 80 wood to afford another batch of unstoppable Streletzes to stop his muskets right in their tracks. Picking up hunting dogs right away. Yeah, typically when you play Russians, I see them go for a market rather early on to get hunting dogs typically, just so they can afford enough food for those blocks. There is a cost to be had of training units in blocks instead of individually. And that cost is that those blockhouse blocks of infantry are going to be far more expensive in food than just training the units one-on-one. So that's why you see getting hunting dogs with the Russians is really important. Because you're going to need all that food. You're going to need, like, believe 181 food or so for recruits, your musket, and then for the unstoppable Streletsy, you're going to need even more food for that, because those come in even bigger numbers. That's going to cost you even more of an arm and a leg. So, yeah, whenever you can get hunting dogs early on with the Russians, it definitely pays off. Yeah. As far as the deck is concerned, this is your standard Russian deck. You got your 2 Cossack shipments ready to go to raid right away, to fight skirms and stuff with. Tons of crates, unstoppable Streletsy, of course. And then some basic upgrades, you know. Advanced Arsenal's always good, because your troops are so weak compared to regular European ones that anything you can get can make a huge difference. H3, you got 2 Falks. You got your Manchu. You also have this good card, Servav Reforms. So if you're in a situation where you made a ton of unstoppable Streletzys, which it looks like he is doing, by the way, so he might be setting up for that. You make a bunch of unstoppable Streletzys and you find out, guess what? My enemy has Hussars and stuff, and that's not going to work anymore. You can use the Servav Reforms card to turn them all into recruits, which, you know, throws your enemy off because they were looking to fight skirmishers and now they're fighting muskets and then you just win the game. It's a common way to trip your opponent up as the Russians, and a lot of people have to prepare for that eventuality during the match, which is quite good. So now we got 23 unstoppable Streletzes, the most unstoppable Streletzes of all, and they're going to come into this town looking to raid. They're going to try to rush these villas, pick up as many as they can, because they know that this Brit is manor booming like crazy. Look at all these houses. These are all one free villager apiece. And if Russians can't slow down that train, they're going to be in real trouble. Brits right now, they're on top of their game, garrisoning the villas in the TC, using the outposts defensively to shoot at them. Brits are doing everything they have to avoid falling into the Russians' trap. The Russians at this point, pathing abuse. Yep, that's something we unfortunately run into in any RTS game, but sometimes AoE3. Your units path into the wrong spot and they end up getting killed. It's unfortunate. Alright, so at this point he's going for recruits. These are your unique Russian musketeers. The only thing that's unique about them is they're total rubbish, stats-wise, but they are technically cheaper. They're technically cheaper, but they're rubbish. So you need a little bit more of them to get some power plays going, but the fact that they're slightly cheaper, that's sort of the Russian design for you. Yeah, also Cossacks have arrived. I'd like to see how these Cossacks are going to be used. Oh, look, Brits also got some Hussars going, but luckily the recruits caught them right with their bayonets. What's going on with the main Russian army? So the main Russian army is looking to do some more pressure here. Brits building their first barracks, it looks like. They started stable and now they're going barracks. And let's see what that's all about. Shipping to 6 musketeers coming in. How much resources? So he's kind of vulnerable right now in terms of resources. He's still trying to establish that manor boom. He could like queue up 1 Hussar right now, but he can't really afford a whole ton of stuff just yet. This is sort of what the Russians are sort of hoping for, is if they can trip him up at this stage, maybe the Brits won't be able to bear down on him with giant queues of Hussars and muskets right now. So really, Brits are going to have to deal with suboptimal numbers with whatever Hussars they can afford, and obviously that musket shipment to try to drive these guys out. The main driving force to get them out is going to be the town center fire, of course, and then this outpost too. But any troops you can accumulate over here, that's going to be big in trying to drive your opponent off this area. Looks like right now, Cossacks are moving into defensive formation. And they're going to try to pick off vills as best as they can. Minutemen coming in from the Brit TC as well to try to sandwich in these recruits, pick them off easily, which it looks like they're doing very well. And now the Cossacks are going one-on-one with the Hussars. Cossacks, they're much weaker than the Hussars, so the Hussars one-on-one will beat them very easily. The gimmick of the Cossack is it's actually a 1-pop unit, so you can have theoretically double of them on the field that you could have Hussars. But at this early stage where you don't have a stable, that really isn't beneficial to you. It's more of a detriment to you when you're dealing with a huge, juicy stack of Hussars on top of you. So, yeah. British did a great job of a defense right there, basically egging the opponent on to go right into their base and get shredded and everything. That was good. And now the British can go on the offensive. They can take all these Hussars and muskets they just accumulated and press the enemy. Or at the very least, push them off a little bit. You know, and actually we're able to grab a really good treasure there. 320 XP. That's going to go right into the 700 gold shipment. And potentially some longbowmen after that, too. Because a couple of longbowmen could be great against unstoppable Streletzes. They could be good against recruits. Because, obviously, again, they shoot really fast compared to gunpowder units. Gunpowder units shoot at a rate of fire of about 3 usually. Longbows shoot at a rate of fire of about 1.5. So that's like double the shots. Don't stop believing. Believe what you want to believe. Good spirit, yeah. Well, hey, if he wants to believe that he can win, we can believe that he can win too. He is rushing a manor house right now. Oh boy, look at this. We got a big stack of hussars here raiding right now, taking the Russians right off their hunts. Very good. Very good. Yeah, if you can like pressure at least a little bit with hand cav against the Russians, that's really obnoxious to them, because just like their infantry, they have to train their villagers in blocks of 3 as well. And that they end up having to spend like 270 food to do that. And it's just really obnoxious for them when they can't gather food for amount of time, because you basically shut down their economy really quickly that other cities wouldn't be so affected by. Yeah, that being said, Russians are on the move again. Recruits and Unstoppable Stiletz is going right for the base there. Rushing the tower. It's going to take some shots from the Minutemen, the muskets though, so he has to time this well. He has to avoid casualties here. Really important. Right now, he's taking losses, and he's not inflicting any losses on the enemy. So this is looking to be a one-sided British encounter right now. Q's in more hussars here. At this point, because there's so few Russian troops on the ground, hussars can just go right in and rush the muskets. Normally, rushing muskets with hussars is a bad play, but because the recruits are so weak and there's so few of them, you can afford to be kind of aggressive with these hand cabs against them, and only retreat when there's a huge stack of them looking to smother them, which he ended up doing and coming around and hitting the skirms. And yes, that was a good cleanup there by Phoenix. And it looks like he's, yep, GG, well played. Yeah, so far it looks like Sheikh's Ottomans and Phoenix's British are the stars of the night so far. Two very skilled players performing quite well. Yeah. This is generally how Russia versus British does in a 1v1. It really is the British's game to lose if they can't defend, but if they can defend, then the Russians end up getting croaked very easily. So British, it's all about defense, with the Russians it's about offense, and it looks like here the Russian offense just wasn't effective enough to push a win. So yeah, pretty much. So now we're gonna look for another game now. Let me look for another recording. We'll scroll down a bit, see what we can find. Very good. Oh man, let's see what chats we got. Can you show all the groups and do an overview of players? Why would I do that? Don't you want to see people shooting arrows and bullets at each other instead? I'd rather watch that than look at a bunch of random names that I don't know. Because I don't know all the players personally. I know some of them. I know Sheikh, I know Phoenix. I've seen Phoenix play, I've seen Sheikh play, I've seen Julian K play. Bunch of other ones, but I don't know all the players, so I wouldn't be the best person to sum them up for you. Yep, GG, man. Good stuff. Yeah, Strolla dropped a TC in tower so easily. Tell me about it. Yep, he makes it look easy. 49 vills. Yeah, that's the power of the Brits, man. Get down 20 manor houses, and you got 49 vills where somebody else has only 29. Anything new today? For me, personally, nothing too much. The Order of Guzen showcase was yesterday, and I got to do my Hololive Girl plushie skit. If you like that sort of thing, you can check that out. Also did a gameplay of Pac-Man World 2 repack, which I finished doing this Monday, but most of it was done last week on Thursday and Friday. Yeah, so where are we on right now for the games? I'm just scrolling like crazy. I got a billion recordings that I've had over the past probably like 3 or so years, by the way, so don't mind me. Alright, so now we're going to be looking at a Julian K game. This is going to be a lot of skill, because as you know, Julian K is a pretty good MVP in the competitive scene, so he's going to do a good job against Bayaka, or whatever his name is. So let's see how this one goes. Looking forward to casting some Julian K coverage today. Oh man, alright, so Julian K playing the Dutch and Bayaka playing as the Ottomans. Dutch is the civ that I actually use for this tournament, so it's good to see somebody sticking up for the good old Order of Guzen civ, the Dutch. Quite good. Now that I think of it, I should rename my Explorer to Dominica Guzen in the spirit of that game. But I did it in Wars of Liberty, but I have not done it in Definitive Edition yet, sadly, so that's on my to-do list of things to do. But anyways, first time seeing Dutch tonight. Dutch is always a fun civ to see because they're a little bit different than the other kids. You know, their villagers cost gold. They're called merchants. Kind of look like pilgrims almost, but they're not quite. But in general, the thing that makes the Dutch really strong, banks. Build a ton of banks. You know, when the banks trickle gold, and then you can make mercenaries easier, you can make outlaws easier, you can put in the skirms, artillery, Reuters. Yeah, it's all about how many banks you get and how early. The more banks you can get early as the Dutch, the better off they are. The less banks that they get, the more not so good they are. So we'll see. Ottomans, though, are going to stick to the same old script since it works really good. Get a mosque to trickle XP, get a trading post to bring in deliveries of XP, and then obviously finagle in a house somewhere along that time frame. So standard temple, standard mosque, trading post, house build order for the Ottomans. That's good. So we'll see what these guys have in store for us tonight. We've seen Fast Fortress Ottomans tonight. We've seen Double Jan. What will the Ottomans do this time? So, if my predictions are correct, I would say probably Ottomans are going to go for a Fast Fortress because Dutch give you that wiggle room since they're mostly concerned about their economy and getting enough banks down. Or you could go potentially for something like Jan Abbas or Abbas Delhi. You got to be aware that the Dutch are a little bit different than most civs. Basically, the Dutch are the only civ that gets access to skirmishers in Age 2 without any sort of special card to do so. So, the Dutch get a lot of firepower when it comes to fighting infantry in the form of early skirms. The only area that they have a weakness in is no trainable muskets, though. So they actually have to rely on pikemen to defend those skirms, potentially, or something niche like handcap like hussars. So you'll notice with the Dutch, they love to spam a ton of skirms and just dominate the battlefield early. Ottomans can wreck that, though, with Abbas gunners, so we'll see if that ends up happening at all. Because the Abbas, as you know, deal crush damage, and they'll just eat right through skirmishers, no problem. What does the deck look like? So, for the Dutch deck, 3 vills, Bank of Amsterdam. This essentially gives you a +1 build limit on the banks. It also increases your build limit of the villagers by 5, since, if you didn't notice, with the Dutch, they only get a build limit of about 50 villagers to start because a lot of their economy is based around their banks, so their villager build limit is actually smaller. And to slightly boost that up a little bit more, you essentially send cards like Bank of Amsterdam and Bank of Rotterdam, which is another one, to get it up to 60 in total. So yeah, right now going for Quartermaster right, 400 wood. Essentially what you try to do with the Dutch, which Julian K did wonderful here, is try to get enough food and enough wood to build your first bank. A bank costs about 350 food, 350 wood, so it is kind of expensive, and you have to really balance it out well in the transition between age 1 and 2 to be able to afford that. And then right upon getting into age 2, you ship in your 700 wood. That way you can put down a barracks, you can put down a stable, you can get another bank, which is usually what you want to do. And then more often than not after that, you ship in an actual bank wagon here so you can have up to 3 banks. And at that point, you're looking pretty well at that point. So that's good. As for the Ottomans, as predicted, they are going to go Fast Fortress. We see them picking up the coin crates right now. But a little bit different than Sheikh is they're actually going to go for the wood crates, actually. Wood crates will ensure that they'll be able to afford production buildings right upon reaching the fortress age pretty easily. And something else that's a little bit different too is the Ottoman player was able to acquire some cows, and they opted to eat the cows before they continued on their huntables. Now, the gather rate of herdables is really good, so if you can eat some quick meat off of a herdable, it's even better than hunting animal meat. So definitely eat the herdables first if you're looking for a quick jump in food. And that's exactly what this Ottoman player did, since they are going for what's called a fast fortress. So it has to be fast. It has to be more rapido. You don't want it to be slow. So anything you can do to speed it up, like eating herdable meat, do it. It'll give you an even better age up time, and then you can get into the really good shipments. Because notice now that he's already up to one shipment. As soon as he hits into age 3, he can get Falks, he can get Safais, he can get Mamluks, he can get a number of things. So, yep, he's got one Safai shipment, one Mamluk shipment, 2 Falks, 6 Abyss Gunners, Janissary shipment here. Quite good. So that's pretty nice, actually. Pretty good. So, queuing up some Janissaries right now. Quite nice. And here he comes with a pretty good mass. Good. What did he... So he went with the scout, so he's going to get some delis there. That'll be a good stack of hand cav. Whereas the Dutch player is up to 4 banks right now, so they were able to get their bank wagon, and they were able to macro towards a 4th bank. This is pretty significant, because initially the Dutch build limit for banks is 5, so he's really reached about 4/5 of the entire bank capacity that he can get without cards and without the royal decree factored in. For production right now, he just has a stable, so he will potentially be able to utilize some cavalry here. He does go up to a fortress age. With which politician? With the exiled prince. So the exiled prince actually doesn't give you an age up reward at all, but he does age up faster than the other politicians. So essentially Julian K is going for all age 3 gameplay. And he's building a barracks, right? Yep. So he's going to go skirmisher Reuter most likely. And the cool thing about having skirmishers with the Dutch trainable in age 2, once you reach fortress age, they get that shadow tech of veteran upgrade for free. So you don't even have to research an upgrade for them. They just get upgraded automatically into the age 3 skirmishers that you all know and love. Same thing with the Reuters. The Reuters will be a veteran upgraded Reuter. So right out of the gate, Julian K can make age 3 upgraded troops without even spending a single cent in money or wood. So he's queuing in the Reuters now. He's queuing in the skirmishers. And the logic of that is use the skirms to take out the Janissaries, use the Reuters to take out the delis, and any potential artillery that they try to make. And it's a pretty good wombo combo. And another cool thing about the Reuters is, while they are weaker than standard Dragoons, they're a 1-pop Dragoon, so you can spam them really easily, and they're also very cheap, so it's not that hard to start queuing them up at all. So right now, the only thing Julian K has to do, he has to make sure that his Reuters do not die. He has to keep them alive, give himself enough time to get skirmishers to be able to fight back these Janissaries. However, there are falconets here. Falconets are a real danger. These falconets are essentially going to try to pressure the Dutch back and try to put them on their heels. Julian K has to buy himself time to get enough Reuters to be able to fight those Falks and those hand cavalry, and then use the skirms to clean up the Janissaries, which he could potentially do. So it looks like the number of delis is obviously very minute, since it's just an age up reward of them. Hand cavalry is dead. Reuters sniped the falconets with precision. Oh, he used envoys. He trained envoys from the town center to rush the falconet as well. That's so smart. Normally these are just a scout unit, but they can also have a hand attack of 5. So they can be used to rush cannons, maybe. Oh man, good job, Julian K. That was a good swap right there. He made the Ottoman feel very comfortable with rushing his position because he thought he had artillery, he thought he had a big number of janissaries, he was going to do good. And then before he knew it, the stack of Reuters was so large that he was able to effectively almost one-shot them. And then with the help of the envoys, he just whittled down the last cannon and was able to do a swapperoo on them. That was really good. That goes to show you sometimes going greedy can be a good thing, because Julian K was able to time his production of the banks with his age-up timing and was able to get just enough troops in the warriors and the skirms to be able to hold the line and use some maneuvers to weed out the artillery and then gain the win. So that was quite good by Julian K there. He's one of the top players in AoE 3 for a reason, and he did a good job there. Yeah. Pretty much with the Dutch, the main lesson you need to learn is learn to build banks. If you're good at building banks and doing so without risking your defenses, you can do great stuff with the Dutch. And then the Reuter skirm combo is just really unbeatable in a lot of situations. So that was a good demo of the Dutch there by Julian K, I think. And since I'm an enjoyer of the Dutch as well, he did a pretty good job, I would say, at that, honestly. Julian, master of... Is Dutch a good counter to Ottomans? It depends. It depends on how you use them. If you're dealing with an Ottoman that's rushing you with Abyss gunners, theoretically the Ottoman can be a threat because Abyss gunners will shoot down skirms very easily. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful with that. I think when it comes down to stopping a fast fortress from the Ottomans, Dutch at the very least have the strong ranged infantry backbone to fight janissaries. It might be veteran upgrade and some other things, but yeah. I think honestly if Julian K stayed in Age 2 to try to defend that, he would have lost. But Julian K knew that the Ottomans loved the fast fortress, so he went tit for tat and did the same thing, making sure he had enough banks to be able to facilitate both a stable and a barracks production, and he was able to just get the good combo of light cav and skirmisher to deal with the artillery threat, which I thought was very clever on his part. Yeah, but honestly, the fast fortress by Julian K to counteract the Ottomans was essential. He had to go to Age 3. If he didn't go to Age 3 to get Reuters, he would have died. That's why decision making is so important in Age of Empires 3. Because if he thought, oh, wait a second, I can just build a big army of skirms and hussars in Age 2, he would have died. He wouldn't have been able to do that. What won him the game there was the Reuters. So you have to know your opponent's Cids very well and be able to respond to what they're probably going to do. But then again, you also have to scout. So you know the difference between what they're probably going to do and what they're actually going to do. And sure enough, he knew that he was going to fast fortress, so he just played it the best way that he could by going with that strategy. Yeah. And now that I look at it, wait a second, where are we now? Where are we at? I'm just trying to see where we are in all this. Record game date, but it doesn't have any names on it. Do you think this would be alright? Let's see. Let's see what this is. Oh, it's Azam versus Fefferon. Interesting. So here we are with this one. It's going to be Fefferon playing as his signature Civ, the Maltese. Honestly, all the games I've seen in the past with Fefferon were with him playing as the Maltese, so this feels a little bit more familiar. And then Azamp is playing as the Swedes. Two European civs that you don't see in the Legacy Age of Empires 3 game, so this will be pretty nice. So there's a little bit of a difference in gameplay style between these two civs. For the Maltese, they're very defensive. They're good at building a lot of turtle-like structures to defend like crazy. And a lot of their units, like the Sentinels, actually get HP buffs by standing near defensive buildings, so you're really encouraged to turtle with the Maltese pretty well. And then they get some good economic cards like the Wignacourt constructions that just makes them economically rewarding by being defensive. So that's what they do usually. It looks like first Maltese gets hunting dogs right away. This is kind of the standard build order. It's part of the build order of the Maltese that I was used to when I first started playing them. Basically, you get hunting dogs super early so you can get all the food you need to age up and be able to build your military early on. And then you go from there. Well, we'll have to see what deck he gets in a bit. But in general, what we normally see with the Maltese is they love to go for the German tongue card, which essentially gives them a commandery wagon, which is a defensive building that can also produce special troops added, and as well as your cavalry. So it doubles as like a stable, a tower, and a teleportation device too. Yeah, a teleportation device. You can teleport your units between commanderies later on, from one spot on the map to the other, and it's like really, really scientific. It's almost like you're walking through a time machine or something. It's pretty neat. But the Swedes, what the Swedes are known for, so we don't forget about them, they get this house called the Torp. And with the Torp, it actually gathers nearby natural resources. So you see this little ring here? This like little ring, it's like yellow, blue, and green. That means that this house is actually eating these resources by itself without any vills there at all. I think I know what's coming. Do you? Do you know what's coming, sir? Well, I don't. Well, at least I don't think. Now, I'll be doing a boring strat. Why? Because you think I might not be able to keep up with it? Is that why you're doing a boring strat, man? Come on, do something fun. I promise I won't ignore it or forget it or not notice it. I'll promise I'll notice it. But, yeah, either way, pretty much with the Swedes, their torps are sort of like what the banks are to the Dutch. And another cool thing, they can eat herdables too. So if you have a cow, you can make the cow go to sleep forever near the torp, and then the torp will actually eat the cow and make a nice steak out of them for you too. So, yep, that's a good trick there. And they can eat dead huntables as well. So this one torp is eating this, and this all at the same time. 2 trees, 3 sources of food, and a mine. It's kind of a beginner's demonstration of how a torp actually works. So I think that's pretty neat, actually. Either way, he's going to be aging up with the naturalists. It's a pretty atypical politician to age up with any other civ, but for the Swedes, it makes a lot of sense because you get some free villagers, which is nice. And then you can take the cows that you get from the age up and, surprise, surprise, delete them near the torps and let the torps eat them. That's what you do with it, pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, pretty much with the Swedish, try to build as many torps as fast as you can around mines, because that's the main thing that the Swedes are going to be good at with the torps, is gathering a ton of stuff out of mines. And in fact, there's a card called the Engelberg Ironworks that people typically get that makes it a really good gather rate. But for some reason, Azamk isn't using that here, so he's just going to be, working out from a bit of a slower angle. He does have the copper mines, though, option, so once his torps eat up the mines that he has on the map, he can actually move in those mines using the prospectors so that the torps can eat those next, which I think is a pretty good idea. As far as crates is concerned, he's going to go 700 wood, 600 wood. This is very similar to what we saw with the British, actually, because very similar to the British, it's all about building houses. So you want to get all this wood so you can build as many torps as possible and have a constant stream of food and wood to be able to make your Caroliners, your Hussars, whatever you need. And if you didn't notice as well, the torps will also build a berry bush next to them when they're constructed. So even if there's no resources for a torp to gather from, they'll at least be able to gather you a bit of food from that berry bush. So you get something at least, which is great. Now, it looks like the Swede is starting pikemen, but we'll see how that ends up going. Maltese, on the other hand, decided to develop with Sentinels. So Sentinels are basically Maltese musketeers. They're a little bit different because instead of using a bayonet, they pull out an entire poleaxe halberd thing and they start swinging at you like a medieval knight. Which, surprise, surprise, the Maltese kind of are, the Knights Hospitalier. But, yep, going in there with Sentinels, trying to rush his opponent. And it looks like, he indeed set up 2 hospitals to do so. So he's going to be rushing them pretty good right there. Oh man, look at him, he's right on top of his town center right now. Guy's completely caught off guard. He can't even pick up his wood crates. Isn't that insane? Yeah. 600 wood gone to waste. Yeesh. So, question is, can he keep up with it though? Because obviously the Swede also has some pikemen and crossbowmen here, and he's going to try to defend that base. He's also going to be shipping in some hussars followed by coin. The one thing about the Sentinel that's a little bit good about it, even when it's not near defensive structures, it has 13 range. So it technically outranges muskets. Kind of an important fact. Maybe not for this match, but it does give him a little bit more range wiggle room to kite with when necessary. But unfortunately for him, he's right under the town center. He's got Minutemen called on him. He's got crossbowmen here. There's just so much going on that these Sentinels will have to get out of here to survive. Yeah, see, this is bad. You got to be careful of that, you know? Going mass Sentinels is great, but you got to kind of keep them alive since they are a little expensive, you know? They're not the cheapest musket out there. They're on more the expensive side compared to an average musket. So you have to make sure that they don't die easily. Knowing that he's going Sentinel, the Swede will proceed with crossbowmen. It's where the early skirm counter to that. And after picking up that 600 wood, they can continue to build torps. Also going to build a church. Are we going to see royal decree at all? Yes, we do have Treaty of Roskilde there. So we might see the royal decree being called upon. Now, the Swedes with the royal decree can get some pretty interesting things. They can get a batch of halberdiers, which is pretty good. They can get a batch of Jaegers and actually change their stats a bit, which is pretty neat. So maybe we'll see some royal decree here as well. Looks like for right now, Sentinel's coming in to rush again, but unfortunately he's going to be intercepted by crossbowmen. I think it would behoove you, Malta, if you didn't go in for a full TC rush just yet. At least until you get some pikemen or something to knock that thing down. Because honestly, you don't want to be fighting crossbowmen with Sentinels. The crossbowmen are dirt cheap at only 40 food, 40 wood. And then the Sentinels cost about 60 food, but 40 gold. So kind of an expensive unit because gold, as you know, is a bit harder to come by than food. Once you lose those mines. So you have to be really careful with these guys and spending them. Also, his numbers are very small. And the Swedish player, like a 200 IQ Einstein, is putting his pikemen into cover mode when he's attacking them. When you put a unit into cover mode, he gains 50% pierce armor and 50% crush armor. So he's essentially tanking half the damage that you're shooting at him with. So that's a great way to soak up bullets and ensure that the units in the back, like the crossbows, can continue to shoot at the things in the front without any sort of damage to them, which is like really cool. It really takes the idea of pike and shot to the whole next level. Yeah. He is starting to queue up Caroliners as well. Is he expecting cavalry perhaps? Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, Caroliners are the Swedish muskets. They're a little bit different because instead of doing anti-cab damage in melee, they do anti-cab damage at range. So they're almost like a foot dragoon in a weird way, you know? But the thing is, Swedes also get the 2 Falconet shipment in H2, so, H3. So, yeah, he's going to ship those in right there, and I think Maltese are going to have a bit of problems right there if they don't change up their strategy. He is switching the crossbowmen, which I think is a good transition, because you notice that your opponent's doing a lot of crossbowmen himself. He's doing some pikemen there. Crossbowman's going to give you a lot more utility in that fight than a bunch of sentinels is. The only time you really want to have sentinels around is if you know they're going to be going with like some hand cav or something. But yeah, crossbowman is going to be much more reliable and massable in this matchup, so it's a good thing the Malta decided to do that pretty much. Yeah. And you might be wondering how did the Maltese afford such a powerful forward base? It's because that the hospital is actually only 100 wood to build. Though it is weaker than the barracks, which is about 2,500 HP. But yeah. Oh man, look at these Falcons. Good shot. Good shot by those Falcons there. They've already started to push him back. I'm thinking this forward base is now lost because Malta, at least for the time being, cannot afford to stay here to defend these things. Which I think is totally fine since you can rebuild hospitals very easily. They're only 100 wood, you know. They're basically like the tent barracks that we have in Wars of Liberty pretty much in terms of appearance and cost. So yeah, definitely don't be afraid to let that forward base die if it means preserving your army and having them fight another day. That being said, watch out for the Falcons. Falconettes. No. Oh no. Two units down. That's not good. Ah, that was a good one too. Look at that. He took out multiple ones. Oh, not bad. Malta is also going to age up. They're getting hospitality, which is going to make their age up faster. So they don't have to wait as long for this thing to occur. Pretty smart, actually. Sergeant of Arms. That's going to get them some good infantry units to help defend with. What is his strategy going to be, though, once he gets to Fortress Age? Good question. He could go hoop throwers. That could be an okay idea, probably. Could ship some sentinels in. Maybe. Advanced military. Vitalosia. This is a good booming card because it makes vills and TCs cheaper, so you can essentially stack vills a lot quicker. But what will be the end strategy? So, veteran sentinels first, it looks like. He does have some hospitaliers from the Sergeant of Arms. They're kind of like splash infantry. They do splash damage, so they're good at slicing multiple cav units. Kind of like the Doppel does, almost, but a bit different. They kind of have the same bonus that the Sentinels do, where they fight better around defensive buildings. They get more HP from it. Calling in the Minutemen here to try to squeeze in the Swedish force a bit. Oh, nice. He's got the Hospitalier in the cover mode as well. So we got cover mode versus cover mode here. Very clever on both sides. Oh, no. He was able to lure... Oh, man. He was able to lure away all the protection and then take out the Falcons. So that's good for the multiplayer. At least the big threat is gone. Now you have to deal with deciding what to do, right? Now, the good thing is... Swedes actually don't get skirmishers. They just get crossbowmen. If they want to get something stronger down the road, they literally got to train Jaegers from their barracks by sending a card to unlock them, pretty much. So, yeah. Does he have that card, by the way, or does he not? He does. He does have the higher contract Hessian Jaegers card. Oh, nice. He's sending in Dalakarian Rebellion to turn all of his pikemen into halbs. Wow. Look at the transformation there. That's pretty huge. Oh, yeah. Big time. Halberdiers compared to pikemen are like night and day. Whereas the pikemen are only good at sieging buildings and playing cavalry, halberdiers can be used to rush skirmishers too, potentially, because of their large hand attack. They're more versatile. That's the cost they pay with halbs. Whereas the pikemen are theoretically better at, like, sieging one-on-one. The halberdiers give up some of those spikes and things so they can be generally good against a wide variety of troops. Alright, so he's going to rush in with the halbs because he really... Or not. What is his plan for these halbs? Because now he's just losing them for free. He's got to think of a use for these things, I think. Because it's not enough to just make them. You got to make a use of them. of some kind. Yeah. Pretty much. So, yeah. Huh, okay. I'm just looking at the map here to figure out what the general strategy is. So, he has a commandery at this point, right, to make the hussars, order hussars. This is weird. Oh, it is weird. Like, all that good pressure, and now he's just got, like, halberdiers and Caroliners. Because now, theoretically, Malta's in the better position, because now he's got ranged troops to fight the Halbs with, which technically beats him out, so... Kind of like a swapperoo, almost, in a way. Oh, no, and he has his Vils exposed, too. Look at that. Losing 2 Vils. Oh, boy. We're in for a treat. A bad one. Not ice cream, not cookies, but losing Vils, which is a very bad treat. A treat that you don't want. Okay, so he is going to force his Halbs onto him with the Caroliners. With their special little saber attack. Yeah. He's winning. He's actually winning because the halberdiers are doing a lot more damage than the pikes were, and they're actually able to eventually overwhelm the sentinels. Oh, okay. Not bad. You might want to get these guys out, though, and come up with something. What is he shipping in? 1,000 gold? Oh, he's going industrial. He might be going for flintlock rockets. Maybe. Basically, flintlock rockets gives these guys a charge attack where they shoot a rocket that does crush damage and a bit of splash. And it's like a good way to like beat a huge mass of infantry. So, yeah, we might be seeing some special charge attack sentinels today, folks. If he picks up the coin that, yep, alright, yeah, get somebody to pick up that coin right now. Because if you're going for that, time is of the essence, because it's a matter of time before this guy ends up pressing you again with this huge army advantage. Oh, good diversion. Use the Order Hussars to raid his Vils. He'll force him back a bit. Give you some time to pick up that gold, age up. I like that. Oh, look at he's doing okay with the raid, honestly, so that's good. But now, you gotta pick up that gold, buddy, and age up right away. Right away. So he's going to age up right now. Yep. Going up with the engineer, which I believe is going to give him 2 falconets if I'm correct. And then he's going to have the charge attack on the sentinels, I believe, right? Yep. Doesn't have any substantial shipments here except for 3 culverins. And I don't think he's going to be shipping that in. So we'll see. Huh. Yep. Cool little trivia fact about Maltese. Every card they send actually gives their units plus 2% HP on their stuff. So, yeah, the more cards you send as the Maltese, the more durable your units technically become. Though it is a small trickle up, it does eventually make a difference down the road. Pretty much, yeah. All right, so he's gonna press him right now. He doesn't want to give this guy any chance to sort of pull a swapperoo on him, so he's gonna do what he can there to be troublesome. Running around with these hussars, trying to buy himself time. Ooh, he got the tower up just in time though, but unfortunately his army is right on top of him, so it doesn't matter that you built a tower. You're gonna lose the Vils, which is really not good. Okay, so he's up now. He's got the falconets right. Yep. Got some falcons. He's going to get the charge attack on these sentinels. Ooh! You didn't see that coming, did you? Ooh! Oh, man. Yeah, that does happen to me a lot. Like, I'll know that my villagers are toast, so I'll build a tower. And it just doesn't matter because there's so much units there that they just raise the tower down and then you lose all the Vils and the wood you put into defending them. Sometimes you just gotta learn that it's too late to save those Vils, man. It's a lost cause. But, yeah. Yep, alright, so we are getting the flintlock rockets here to get that charge range attack going. So that should make them pretty good there. And it also improves their general combat stats as well. It gives them plus 45% HP and plus 45% attack. So it's almost as effective as an Imperial upgrade to the unit itself beyond just the charge attack. Yep, look at this. 40 range attack, 304 HP. Plus he's getting the guard upgrade on these guys. He's going to have some pretty tough troops right now. Just saying. Also, by the way, Malta's hand cav shadow tech, so you don't even have to upgrade them. So these guys are like guard hussars right now. So he's got a pretty advanced army here. For all things considered, he's got an advanced army right now. Problem is, I don't know how many villas he's got after that raid that the Swedes did. So this might be the end of the road for him if he can't make something happen with all these guys. Oh, he sent the Savalax Jaeger Royal Decrees, so he does have some Jaegers on the field, unfortunately. Once you send Savalax Jaeger, it divides their cost between wood and gold, so you actually don't need as much gold anymore to make them. Improves their stats a bit, and then allows them to go stealthy. Oh, he's gonna make one culverin to deal with these Valks. Good idea. What's the siege? Yep, so the siege on these guys is about 29. Nothing to laugh at, but... Oh, yep, he's going to pressure the TC, but unfortunately... Swedish... Oh, that's horrible. He wasted all the charge attacks on one troop. That's unfortunate. It's better when... Oh, he had a few rockets left. That's good. What I try to do when I get the Battle Busters on any troop is I try to divide it so it hits multiple formations. So that way you get the most bang for it. Yeah, he's just lacking the numbers here, unfortunately. He had a good idea, but unfortunately because of his Vil loss, he wasn't able to maintain numbers of them. If he was able to maintain numbers, I think we'd be looking at a different story, but because he had no resources and that train was completely derailed by the villager pressure that the Swedes put on him, he ended up going into there with the less than optimal army size. Very unfortunate. So yeah, that was a good match. You know, Azamp went with a very boring strategy, very boring. Turning pikemen into helms, getting other royal decree stuff. But yeah, pretty nice. Pretty nice. Alright, let's look for another game. I'll check the chats before we move on to that next one. Let's see. If you go to free food party and click tournaments, where the second one might be able to get on that way, adding in-games sucks. Okay. Yeah, that might work. We're mid-level ELO, like 1600 to... Whoa, interesting. Oh, my name... Oh, who are you trying to add? Are you trying to add Thlyacid IDs onto your Discord? Oh, that's awesome. So you guys are organized and add each other to the tournaments. I like that. I like that sort of collaboration with each other. The more competitive AoE3 people we can get in these events, the more entertaining it's going to be to the viewers. So you guys can get some bigger events going. I'll cast your stuff too if you want. I can cast your tournament too if you like what I'm doing here. Actually, I'm going to sip some water because my throat is burning. Alright, so which one are we on now? I have to scroll up. Look at all these recordings, and I guarantee we're going to get more tomorrow, too. These things keep piling in. So right now, we're going to be watching Soldier, capital R, versus Just Sauce from Group O. So, oh my god, this is going to be a good game. Let's see what this is. Alright, so we got Just Sauce playing as the Ottomans, and Soldier, capital R, is also playing as the Ottomans. So it's going to be an Ottoman mirror. Ottoman mirrors are always a really fascinating thing, because it all depends on what strategy they go with, and it depends on who the best microer is of the two. Because if somebody's really good with Abyss Gun Micro, they can always win. But then again, if somebody does something completely different and goes for delis to rush their Abyss or something, they can sometimes win. Or if somebody goes Fast Fortress and the other doesn't, they can win. Or if we get a Fast Industrial, which you can do with Almonds, yeah. But I will say, most likely, the start's going to be pretty consistent. Get a mosque, get a trading post, and then get a house. Yep, that seems to... Wait a second. Oh, interesting. So the Ottoman player decided he was going to go for the middle map trading post, which is very greedy, because that means Soldier could potentially be planning to build a second trading post. That's something that Ottoman players, if you give them the opportunity, will always do. They'll always try to eat the entire trade route, because as I've preached since the start of this stream, Ottomans love shipments. They love to ship units mainly. So one way that they can really make that happen, get multiple trading posts. Unfortunately, Great Plains only has 3 trading posts options, and the first one at the end here is going to be in your enemy's base, so you can't construct it within the vicinity of that town center unless you somehow nuke that town center. Then you can do it. But unfortunately, this one's off limits, so you can only build here and you can build here. So what Soldier decided is, I'm going to build the greedy spot at the end here, which is more exposed theoretically, and an enemy could rush this easier. But if I can keep it up somehow, and I can come back later to build this one, now I got 2 trading posts, which is more trading posts than my Ottoman opponent, which means my shipment times are going to be faster, and thus I will win the match. I'll get Falconets faster and beat him out. I'll get my Safahis faster and beat him out. That's the idea of going with that. And I think the fact that Soldier managed to do that first is already given him a very distinct advantage from the start of the game, because if he can do what he wants and gets 2 trading posts, he's already going to have better shipment arrival times than his opponent, which is going to be pretty huge here. Because I was scared at first because I didn't realize that Soldier... what he was doing, and then I looking like, okay, he's actually being pretty crafty now, because he's given himself the opportunity to get his shipments even faster, which is good. So, because he has a trading post and a mosque, it means that he actually has enough XP to get a second shipment in Age 1. So what is he doing? He is getting capitalism. This is something you can also do with the Spanish, which is another civ that gets shipments very quickly because of their civ bonus, not because of what they build. So pretty much you get 3 villagers first, and then you get your capitalism, which is a gold trickle, 1.65 gold per second, and then you actually ship in your 700 gold, and you'll actually have enough gold by the time that you receive the shipment to be able to go for your fast fortress. So unless we see something change, I can tell you for certain that the Blue Ottoman will be going for a fast fortress. And as I predicted, he did build the second trading post. He built the greedy one first, that's more exposed, and then he built the safe one at home second. Now he has 2 of them. He has 1 over his opponent. Very important. How about the other Ottoman? He also went with capitalism, so he will also be going for a fast fortress, because you can tell right away when they go for that gold card. They're just timing it perfectly so that the gold trickle plus the 700 gold is going to be the recipe to a fast fortress. So they're both doing that. Oh, he's going villagers. Is that right? He also went he's going double Jan. He's going double barracks janissary. And I noticed there that he went quartermaster for 400 wood. He went with quartermaster so he could pull up double barracks janissary, which I think is pretty good. Quite tactical. He's queuing up 1 already. He's going to be queuing up the other one rather soon as well. Just getting steel traps, so his hunting rate is optimal to be able to afford 2 janissary queues at the barracks, which I think is quite good. Very nice. What's going on over here, though? Soldier builds a defensive barracks, but his plan is to still go fast fortress, because he just sent in that big batch of coin there. The only reason he's going with the barracks, I think, is just for defensive reasons. Just so when the Janissaries do show up in his base, he'll have a little bit of firepower to keep them from overrunning his TC. And I think that's kind of okay. He also... he's going to ship in Janissaries himself now. So he'll already have 5 boots on the ground to defend his TC. I think that's pretty fair. As expected, the opposing Ottoman will rush the greedy trading post spot because he knows, okay, at this point he knows that his opponent's going fast fortress, otherwise he wouldn't care so much about having 2 trading posts. But now that he knows that he's probably already heading towards age 3, he's got to take this thing down before it gets another batch of resources, because if this thing gets another, shipment of XP to it, he's going to take all that XP and put it into very powerful shipments of falconets, of powerful hand cavalry like the Mamluks and Sifahi, and it's not going to be good. So, good job, Just Sauce, and getting down that TP. That's your first step in preventing a total disaster right now. But we'll see if you can do the rest. But the big thing here for Just Sauce is going to be maintaining those Janissary numbers and really pressing his opponent. Because if he can't do that, it's going to be a bit risky. Because now he put his whole game on the line that these Janissaries are going to be able to do the job in big numbers. And making sure that the Ottoman player that he's fighting here, the blue one, the soldier, does not overpower him with high-capacity anti-infantry stuff like Abbas and Falks. He's going with the marksman, of course, because that'll give him some much-needed relief with 4 Abbas gunners. Those things will shred the Janissaries pretty good. And then he'll probably follow that up with the powerful Falconet shipment. And then he can follow that up with either a Janissaries or even a Sifahi shipment, depending on how much food he can accumulate. 1 village loss. Not the end of the world, but it is something. Oh, he got another one. Oh, boy. Abbas coming in with Bashi Bajouks to take out those Janissaries. Pretty good. The difference between Bashi Bajouks and the normal midmen is the Bashi Bajouks also have an added multiplier against heavy infantry, so they're actually more equipped to dealing with muskets than the average Minutemen type soldier is, which is always a cool little fact. That being said, Bashi Bajouks with 4 Abbas will force these Janissaries back, because it's just going to be a losing battle for him. Oh no, he's got his ship into Delhi's there. Oh boy, look at that. He's being persistent. He knows he has to deal with his Abbas soon, so that he can maintain an even battle present. If he lets those Abbas stay on the field, he's going to lose the middle. So he knows he has to take those Abbas gunners out right away. Looks like he did. He took him out. Very good. Almond player soldier just shipped in Janissaries, it looks like. So still it's a Janissary battle, so it's pretty likely he can still at least even the score on the musket numbers and make the Falconets a little bit more exposed. We'll see if he can do... Oh man, he ran the Delhis in too soon there. I wish he didn't do that, because now you're losing one potentially good asset against the Falconets. It's going to make you a little bit more vulnerable now doing that. Alright, so let's look at Just Sauce's resource count. So Just Sauce, he just went in with an all-out double barracks Janissary, and his resources are kind of on the lower end right now, you know. He's just barely able to afford Delhis at this point, and that train is sort of slowed down at the station a bit. We'll see if he can still... Oh man, yeah, no, he doesn't have the numbers now to even challenge these Falcons. He's going to need some more numbers before he can effectively rush these Falconets with range attacks. And that's why he's going for the Delhis as well, by the way, because he's vying for an angle to jump in there and snipe these cannons with them. That's what he's going for. We'll see if he can do it, though. If he can do it, it'll be pretty phenomenal. If not, then it'll be pretty unfortunate. Okay, so barracks down. Very good. Very, very nice. Just Gonna lose that one too, which is not good. He is going for his Moss Tech here to up the build limit on his villagers, which is quite nice. The good thing about almonds, obviously, is the fact that you don't have to manually queue up those villagers. They actually continuously produce villagers for free from the structure, which is quite good. Yeah. Oh, he's going for... he's got a black-footed ferret treasure there for 210 XP. That's pretty nice, because that's going to propel another shipment into soldier as well. So let's see if that ends up doing it. Yep. Where he's already ready to get another shipment. I think he's going to go for the gold, maybe. He might go for the gold. Because at this stage, he might be thinking about going Industrial Age and using those Royal Decrees. That could be a good idea, you know? Start adding bombards onto the field. Because then your opponent really won't know what to do. But you got to do it in a sound manner that doesn't make you exposed, though. Because, of course, your opponent here is doing stable. And he's going to do everything he can to wipe out these Falcons and gain an advantage. Obviously, you have a bit of an advantage because you have veteran Jans, and he doesn't. Oh, he made it to age 3, so he's going to have potentially veteran Jans very soon as well. Also, he's going to get his own Falconets too. He also has a bigger array of age 3 shipments. He's got the Mamluks, he's got the Abbas. So he's got a little bit more wiggle room in age 3, so it's not over for Just Sauce yet. He can come back from this and put out some good shipments and maybe turn this baby around. We'll see. The thing I don't like, though, is he's lost a lot of ground in his base, though. So when those Falconets do come out, he might not be able... Oh, and he's wasting Cav. Bad. Don't waste Cav like that. Don't let him one-shot you like that. These guys are kind of on the expensive side. You don't want to waste those things. It's really not a good venture. Oh boy. What are we at now? Oh, yep. Oh, so he did get the 1,000 coin and he stuck it right into making more Falconets from his artillery foundry. Pretty smart, actually. Because now he's going to have even more artillery to work with than what he was dealing with before. He's also going to pick up the Endorian School, which actually boosts the attack and hit points on your Jans. So his Jansair is going to be even stronger now as well. I think it's quite good. Delis are going to take an opportunity to maybe get some raiding done in the base. Could be potentially fruitful, who knows. Does he have any villas that are really exposed? Yeah, these ones. If he can find these ones, he might be able to get some good work. But who knows at this point. Okay, so it'll be 3 Falcons against 2. Let's see who micros this better, though. Oh, he just took him in the... Oh, no! He just stuck it in the limber mode. But I guess that's good, because he was going to probably be destroyed if he didn't get it out of there. But that being said, though, this guy has the cannon advantage, so it's really your battle to lose at this point. By just not microing effectively. Okay, so he gets a free shot at the jams. Good. Loses a house. Not great. Let's see if he can hold out with this, because it's not looking too good. Okay, Delis. Delis connect with the artillery. Good. Not enough to take one out, sadly, because too many Janissaries there. At this rate, he was thinking about maybe pushing, but now he knows he can't, because he just doesn't have the numerals to do it anymore. It's just not good. It's just not going to work. Oh boy. Yeah, at this point, if you're a soldier, just keep queuing in Janissaries, and he'll never be able to challenge your Falcons face to face, and then you'll just take the win easily. So You're a soldier, you got it in the bag, you know. You're not gonna mess this up, most likely. Just, you know, he's gonna keep harassing the houses, keep housing his opponents so he can't make any more troops, and then it's gonna be a GG. He might as well try one last hurrah with this army and try to get him out. Otherwise, it's a lost deal. Five Safahis coming in now. Oh, that's it. That's a big shipment. That might do some stuff. Let's see. Okay, so splash attack is a big factor here. It takes out one can. Ah, man. Janissary's squeegeed right in there to get them out. Oh, boy. It's Joe over now. Joe over? Yeah. Tell me about it. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back from this at this point. He just... Oh, man. Not good. Not good at all. House down. Very nice. Bills go flying. Ah! Like that. And I think it's soldier win. He's got nothing he can challenge the Falconets with, so just sauce is literally going to become tomato sauce in a matter of seconds, yeah. And he's red to boot, so it's going to look even more like tomato sauce, honestly. That'll be a GG. Very nice. Very, very nice. So, post-game. I think that came down to early greed paying off by Soldier. His choice to go for that trading post in the middle first and then get his home one second gave him the shipment timing he needed to get ahead of his opponent. And also the differing strategies were a big factor as well. I think one of the scariest things you can go for in an Ottoman mirror is probably double Jan barracks, because it makes you susceptible to Fast Fortress, and it makes you susceptible to Jan Abbas. Because then those few Abbas guards in with Janissaries can potentially give them a huge advantage against you. And then obviously if they can get a faster Age 3 timing on you, it's not looking good either, because obviously they'll have Falconets and big boy Janissary shipments to clean up your entire army, which ended up happening there. So... yep, it's the type of stuff we deal with at higher level play. Is you always gotta be ready for that powerful Fast Fortress and how to respond to it, and to make decisions as you when you're doing your build order. Am I going to try to beat his Fast Fortress, or am I going to try to go for an H2 massing strategy? I think in that situation, going for Jans was very risky, and he ended up being punished for it pretty severely. So yeah. That's at least what I think. You can totally give me your take on it as well, but just from my opinion, that's kind of the way it ended up going there. Yeah. So what do you think of that one? Did you think that one was pretty nice, or what? I thought it was pretty good, honestly. Oh, I just got a DM from somebody. It says, can you dual cast what you're casting at the moment to the PK channel? Let me see. I might be able to, but it might hurt the it might hurt the game performance though. So, are you okay with it being a little bit laggier? Potentially. Let me see here. Alright, so, let me see. Caster's channel. So, which channel do you want me to general chat? Or which one? Let me see, I'm trying to clear up some old DMs in here and pings. Let me check the DM you just wrote again. Yeah, yeah. Let me see. Would you want me to put it in the general chat, probably, or what? Let me see. It's general chat, right? I'm just concerned that if we do this and it's gonna lag a little bit, so we might have to be careful. Soldier just better despite handicapping himself. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think the opponent definitely handicapped himself with his strategy, but Soldier also made really good sound decisions and was able to time it perfectly as well. So yeah. Is this the room that you'd want me to do it in? Wait a second. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Let me see if I can stream this out. Oh, for Twitch. I don't think I have a subscription with OBS to do dual streaming yet. Ah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, things have been solid. Yeah. Yeah, oh, it's huge. Good. Yeah. Tries.
So that's for Twitch and the dual cast. Can you dual cast on multiple YouTubes, Vega, or
Uh,
just out of curiosity? Not something that we plan on doing. Just out of curiosity. You could, okay.
yeah, I've never done it before myself.
All right, all good. So yeah, you could use that, and now we need what? Yeah. It's in our pin messages. Oh, there we go. Okay, there you go, man. It's free. You could use this.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, no problem, man. I made it myself, by the way. Yeah, I'll talk to him about that. Oops. I don't even think RevNac is on right now. It's freaking like 4 a.m. there. He's kind of more on the wider side. I think we need to drive up momentum first before we make that proposal. I'm just happy. I know I didn't tell you this the other day, but I'm just happy StarCraft is dying. I didn't tell you that? No, no, it's not. No, it's not. Representative. Even after it died out over 10 years, like you're saying, it's more in the scene than H4. Like you're saying, it's more popular than H4, though. Um, I mean that's arguable. I'm pretty sure I see H4 in the media more than StarCraft, bro. And that's on incognito. Like I just see H4 everywhere. Just in general, I just see it everywhere in the news and the shit. Like I go to stores. I walk in this. Okay, cool, but I'm just saying in the Western society, like I walk into a store, I see H4 being displayed everywhere. I don't really see StarCraft. I mean, StarCraft's such old news. So how do they make money? Sell skins, let me guess. How about like pay to win, like Age of Empires Online? Remember that? You start with extra armor. Yo, you remember that? No, but do you actually remember that? Like, yeah, you paid and you got better armor and shit. You could buy epic armor. Yeah, I really like the level of competition in StarCraft shits on everything else. Um, there was a 100k Age 4 tournament actually. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm just looking at it. 150k.
much harder to be good at StarCraft 2 than it is to be at H4 because the competitive scene is so much larger. So breaking into that competitive scene is a lot more difficult. Like both Little Bow and Psionic, they're not like top tier StarCraft players.
So how big does the pot need to be before like top tier StarCraft players come over?
It's not really about the pot size. It's more about
Yeah, I guess they gave me some resource I can use to multi-stream on multiple platforms for free. But it looks like the tool actually uses a version of OBS that I don't have yet, version 32, and I only have version 30. So, at least for tonight, I might not be able to do the multi-streaming thing. I'll probably have to set that up for maybe tomorrow or something and test it out. But yeah, I know for tonight I definitely can't do it because we're streaming live right now, and yeah, I wouldn't be able to obviously install and update a new version of OBS while I have to run it live for the stream. So I think tonight we'll have to pass on that and try setting up for maybe tomorrow night or something. Yeah. Whatever. It's a cool tool though. It's a cool tool though because I didn't know that I could do that. I could actually start using that to start streaming to my Twitch on top of my YouTube personally. So that's actually pretty cool. You know, I like that because I'll actually be able to use that to set up things for my channel personally. But yeah, next time I'll probably set that up so I can stream it to the PK channel as well on Twitch, so that's cool. But anyways, where are we here exactly? Sorry for the delay there. I think this is the one we're on now, right? Yep, record game. Let's boot it up and see who's on it. Give it a go. Don't want to take too much time. Oh, I'm probably gonna skip over this one because I'm on it. I'm gonna upload my games later and put them on a playlist so you don't have to rewatch all that stuff. So we'll probably just go to the next one then that's available. Just saying. Let me go to the next one that's available. So what's the next one? Next one would be... Let's see here. Oh, Yukietti versus Xbox 96869. Yeah, let's try this one. Okay, so we got Yukietti as the Ottomans and Xbox as the Chinese. So we got another China versus Ottomans today. It's not the first one we've seen. In fact, I think we started the stream with that, so this will be a pretty fun one to look at. So it looks like Ottomans, of course, are going to start with their mosque and plan their trading post right over here, and then build a house shortly afterwards with a bit of wood chopping. Chinese are going to stick to their normal build order, I think, because we can see the Explorer hanging out right here by the TP socket. Will he sit down on it, or, yeah. Alright, so we got a village coming up right now. They'll give him some population. Going after the treasure garden right there. Very good. Food is about 30. Nice little boost. Yeah, so what strategy is this China going for exactly? Is he going for the strategy we saw the first China going with, or something a little bit different? I think he's going for something slightly different because he is actually not going for the trading posts, which is something we see a lot of the standard Chinese build orders calling for. He's actually just going for a village, and he's going to build a market. Okay, so that's a bit different already from what I'm used to. So I'm presuming he's expecting to get the hunting eagles very quickly from that. The good thing about Chinese and Asian market upgrades in general is they are kind of cheap. You know, hunting dogs is about 50 wood and 50 gold. But with the Asian technologies, while they are a little bit weaker, they are very cheap. You know, it's only 25 wood and 25 gold to get it. So it's an easy grab. You know, it's an easy grab to get hunting eagles and get a slightly boosted hunting rate, I believe, would be 5%. Hunting dogs is like 10%. I believe hunting eagles is closer to 5%. So it's a little bit smaller, but it does make a bit of a difference. First card will still be T-Export to get a free consulate. Bring in that export trickle, and then obviously send 100 export right to your inventory right away. So, yep. I'm presuming he's going to go Russian, but I don't know. We have seen other China players like Break and Me that actually have gone French before to utilize their resource crates, and he will not do that. He will go Russian. So he is going to go for that blockhouse. Guaranteed. Yeah, so he's going to play standard there, which I think is totally cool. Blockhouse definitely gives you a good forward base advantage as well as a defensive one, so good for you. Whereas the Ottoman, well, let's look at his deck first. So he's got, I think, a pretty standard starting deck. The choice of Pioneers is very interesting. I think this one is presuming that you expect a lot of pressure on your vills to potentially prevent them from getting raided. I would have rather you get like a resource crate card here, or maybe the one that gives you a flamethrower with some Chukunu. I like that one too, or maybe the one that gives you a castle with the flamethrower. There's a lot of good Age 2 cards that I think that just work better than Pioneers personally, but we'll see if that ends up working or not. How about the Amen? Amen is looking, well, he does have the basic building blocks. Jan, Deli, basic crates, 5 vills. He does have the Royal Decree, but he does not have the discount card for it later. As far as H3 is concerned, he's got Falk, Safahi, Jan, Mamluk, and then Abbas, so he's got a pretty reasonable H3. H4 is pretty basic, bombards in the factories. His upgrades are pretty emphasized on artillery. He's got Kulele School to basically get his Abbas up, I believe. Wait a minute, no, why does it boost up? Yep, Abbas and his Humbarasis basically, as well as his other infantry, and then obviously Sebasi boosts up his Abbas and Humbarasis, and then Topkaler will boost artillery, Abbas, and Grenadiers. Yeah. So yeah, quite a bit there. Quite a bit of artillery stuff, that's all I'm going to say. Rest of it out of my mouth sound like gobbledygook. Alright, so Ottoman's going to start stable with Delhi. Could potentially go good, but we'll see what he's got in store for us. China goes for Summer Palace, the standard wonder you normally go with, so you can get some free banner armies, as well as the boost of 400 food from the Age Up itself. He already has that blockhouse ready to go. Where's he going to put it? Where will that blockhouse go? Because that's going to make a huge difference here. Yeah, he's going to put it right in that spot over there. Right next to the consulate, so he's going to build it defensively, which I think is totally fine. I mean, you know from last game where we saw Sheikh going up against the Chinese, how he handled that. So I would definitely say you want to play more defensively against these Ottomans, because you just don't know what they're going to pull on you. If they're going to go for a fast fortress with Falcons and stuff, I would want my buildings in my base as well, just to give yourself a little bit of time to maybe conjure up some sort of a defense, at least in my opinion. So we'll see. What do we got here? Oh, big treasure. He got the 320 XP treasure right there. That's a big one. As I always say, the Ottomans really love their shipments, and they're going to get a lot out of that. I mean, look at how much that ended up swinging the pendulum. That's pretty huge. 700 gold. Is he going to make more delis, or is he going to just work with this? Oh, he's getting some raiding done. Good. He's got some more delis here, too. His raiding game is going okay. He's getting some kills. He is getting some kills. Yep. Good thing about the village, you can garrison vills inside, so that's always a good advantage to have. He is training an imam. Oh, interesting. I don't know a lot of players that actually build healers in this, you know? I think it's kind of fascinating he's actually getting a healer to help heal up his troops. I mean, it's one of those things I think everybody takes for granted is regenerating their units' HP so they don't have to train more of them. But hey, if he can finagle in an Imam to heal his cav, it's not a bad thing, you know. Probably ends up saving him resources in the end if he can just heal up those troops anyways. So yeah. Yeah, I think the reason we don't see a lot of healers be used in AoE 3 is just because there's so much action going on between higher skilled players that they just don't have the time to heal up their stuff, basically. That's at least in my opinion what I would think about. So yeah, definitely. He's going to be aging up with the Exiled Prince, so he's just going for age up speed at this point. Not even going for Abyss. The China's also going to be going Fortress as well. You can tell from their resource accumulation. Going with Academy, right? Confucian Academy. Get some free Arquebusiers. Get that guy into a village right now. Yep, great. Okay. So, 2 people going to H2, H3 simultaneously. I think Almonds will arrive there a little bit faster based on the fact that they went Exiled Prince, but we'll see. Anyways, what that is, yep, he is an H3 already. He is going to ship in 1,000 wood. 1,000 wood. I just wonder what that 1,000 wood is going to go towards. Is he going to try to put down a 2nd or 3rd 2C? Is he gonna go with maybe an artillery foundry with that? What's the method of his madness here? We'll have to find out exactly what his game plan is with that. We'll see. Yeah, definitely. Oh, trying to get my arrow keys back online there. Alright, so he's going to get Veteran Delhi. That's pretty reasonable considering it's the only troop he's making. May as well upgrade now. He is starting to queue in Janissaries as well for a bit of anti-cav and a bit of range infantry, which I think is pretty fair. You can't go straight up Old Delhi because then the China can just spam Kijiks and Quangs on you, so you do have to be wary of that. He is going to ship in Sifahi too. That's the big hitter. That's the big hitter that the Ottomans get is the Sifahi. Essentially, it's a pretty tanky and high damage hand cav that has splash attack, and it regenerates hit points too, if it's not battling. So, if you can keep him alive and put him on the sidelines, he can actually last a pretty long time too, those Sifahis. So, that's pretty good. Let's see. So, Sifahis coming in, Janissary is still queuing up. Mosque is getting the Galata Tower district so he can continue to produce more villagers from that town center. He's actually starting to get some of the training upgrades too, like the millet system, so he can actually start spawning in those villagers even faster. Yep. So far it looks like I just don't know what China's ultimate unit train strategy is going to be here. He's going to go territorial army with the Chengdao and the Arquebusier, it looks like. Oh, interesting. So he is going to make an imperial army from his blockhouse. So, iron flails with arcs. Interesting choice. We'll see how that ends up working out. Oh, he's got an intervention too with the Russians, which will give him a big... Oh, no, he switched to the Germans, right? Yeah, he switched to the German Javul. He's gonna get, I believe, Doppelsolners with that, right? Yep, about 5 Doppels. Autotech to veteran upgrades. That'll be quite nice. Alright now, let's see how this ends up working out. I mean, definitely some veteran Doppels will make a huge difference against the cavalry. But we'll see if that's enough, though. Because he doesn't have really a lot of anti-cav other than that, and maybe... He has a few Chengdaos, right? Or did he not? Oh yeah, he got it from the Summer Palace, so it's going to spawn in very slowly. That's just something to look out for. Oh, and now he's getting a Forbidden Army with some Iron Flails and Meteor Hammers. I just don't know about this combo, though, Jan, Handcab. That could be pretty powerful against your comp right now. And I would be awfully worried about that, personally. I indeed would. We'll see, though, if it ends up becoming something serious. Let's see here. Finally getting a War Academy up. That way he can always still train troops now that the blockhouse is down. What's gonna happen to that flying crow? You gonna protect that, right? Yep. Oh no! Oh man, that's a horrible spawn. Look at that. Did he even get one shot at? No, I think the Falcon sniped him. That's very unfortunate. It's the last of the last usually. Oh, interesting. So it looks like your hammers are going to get the Falconet at least. That's good. Wait a minute. Why isn't he not targeting the Falconet with the Meteor Hammers? He could be doing a little bit better there with that, you know. Or is he not giving them enough wiggle room to do that? Alright, he's hitting it now, but... Alright, he got it. That's good. That's good at least. But now he's lost, like, really all of his army, so it's a GG. Yep. Unfortunately, yeah. I don't know. Well, that was a pretty good matchup, I will say. But in general, from what I've learned over the years, Ottoman versus China, Ottoman always seems to do really good against Chinese. I feel like back in my days when I used to do ranked Definitive Edition, I could never figure out what to do if Ottomans went Fast Fortress and they started doing Falk, Safahi, and whatever other troops they could come up with. It would always, you know, be a tragedy on the battlefield, and I would always feel it. So, yeah, not the best situation to find yourself in. But hey, it is what it is, man. So where are we on now? Only Bows versus Yukietti, it looks like. Let's see how this one looks. By taking Mill TP first with his 2005 game knowledge. No soldier handicap. Oh, interesting. I didn't even know that. Things I learned. Alright, let me get this thing off my mouse and let's continue. Let's give it a go. Get this off here. Very good. So, we got Only Baus doing Ottomans and Yukietti as the Germans here. Jawohl. So I think it's our first Germany of the night, which should be pretty interesting. I've seen a lot of fascinating Germany builds over the years with different people from the House of the Trading Post community and so forth. So Germany, to me, pretty flexible civ with a lot of different tricks up their sleeve. Obviously, their biggest advantage is the fact that they get free hand cab with every card in H2 and beyond. So, yeah, that's always something to look out for. And then from there... They get obviously a very special roster in their own with the war wagons, with the doppels. So obviously their skirms are pretty reliable, so they can do that. And then from there, they can potentially go all mercenary. They can go all native warrior. It really depends. It really depends on what their deck is set up to do, and they can do a number of very spicy builds. We'll have to look at this deck very carefully to see what exactly this German player has in store for us here. Should be pretty interesting, to say the least.
Auftrag?
Ottoman's doing standard build, alright. He's going Moss, Trading Post House. Seems pretty reasonable there. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's why I'm always using my mouse, because I guess when I use my newer graphics card on here, it doesn't let me use the arrow keys and it lags like crazy. But now it's alright. So, in terms of deck with Germany, what are we looking at? So, I think it's gonna be a pretty normal deck. We might see a little bit of Mercenary Edition in the form of Black Rider and Jaeger, but other than that, pretty standard 1v1 Germany deck, to say the least. Now this card here, Palatine Salmons, is actually a pretty good lifesaver depending on what your setup's gonna be, because I've seen people that had their bases rushed before, and the only reason they were able to survive was because they were able to add that extra population onto their houses, and thus able to survive the rush to be able to train troops. So Palatine Shipments is actually a very reliable card in the right hands. So just pointing that out there, because I've seen that in a lot of games before. People who using very population-based strategies that were saved by the bell because they had that extra population on their individual houses. Just a neat little fact that many people don't know. Well, some people know, but yeah, not. Yeah, I don't know. I know what I'm saying anymore, but yeah. Anyways, looks like he's getting Gang Soft to help with the wood chopping. Going for Core Master, 400 wood. I wonder why he's gonna do with all that extra wood from his wood chopping upgrade. I would presume if he's not going for any sort of Age 3 play, he's probably gonna go crossbow pike or something with some Ulons from the home city, so that could potentially be something. We'll see though. Yep. He is going for a TP, so that's why he ended up going with all of that wood upgrade at the market, just so he could get a TP down, maybe even 2. We'll see. Core Mist. What's Armin agent up with, by the way? So they... It's like... Alright. 5 villagers and then the gold shipment. So they're going Fast Fortress. Something to look out for if you're Germany right now. They're going to be bringing in the big boy shipments, I think. How many of them does he got? So, yep. Got a pretty good plethora of them here, so that'll be pretty concerning. He also has a Sublime Port, just like another Robin did today. So you can basically trade all the food for more wood and then get a bunch of infrastructure up, which is pretty nice. Here comes the free Ulons with the German shipment there. It gives you about 2 Ulons for Age 2 cards. Age 3 cards will give you about 3 Ulons. Then Age 4 cards will give you about 4 free Ulons. So these Ulons, as you know, They do lack some hit points compared to normal hand cav, but they do have more attack. They do more damage. So 35 hand damage is nothing to laugh at. It can do quite a bit. It's pretty powerful. It can take out vills rather easily, so you gotta be very careful with those guys. The biggest thing where Yulons become a real problem in the early game is people that aren't watching their vills properly, and they end up cutting through them very easily. Yeah. Oh, he got a spy from the church. Whoa. That's something we don't see every day. We don't always see people going with their spy. Normally you use a spy to take out their explorer or to take out mercenaries, typically. So I found that pretty interesting. They actually went with the spy there. Yeah, we don't usually see spies a lot in Definitive Edition gameplay. We do see them a bit in Wars of Liberty gameplay because they can do things other than normal combat, but in this game, yeah, no, you usually don't want to go with the spy unless you're specifically trying to snipe somebody's explorer for an urgent reason. Yeah. What is he doing with the he's not getting any kills just about, and he's losing all those Yulons. He's gotta watch out for that, man. Oh, he's pressing him like crazy, and he's still gonna get to H3 anyways. I don't get what the plan is. Alright, so he's gonna be touching H3 now with the scout, so he's gonna get some hand cats here to clean him out. And then he's shipping in Sublime Port right now to get his wood up. Trade all that food for a greater amount of wood. And he's gonna set up a ton of infrastructure there. Alright, so he unfortunately he doesn't have the numbers right now to fight Yulons because Yulons will take advantage of their higher attack and they'll just cream these guys. So unfortunately he has to leave them back for a little bit right now. But sure enough, he'll be back there no time flat to fight him back. Goes for a stable, maybe to go Cav Archer, because he knows who's going Yulon. That's a big telltale sign that you should go Cav Archer. If somebody's spamming Yulons at you from a stable, go for that Cav Archer as the omens. Be a pretty... Yep, he's gonna go Cav Archer, and he's gonna throw in some Abyss too in the event that infantry shows up. So I think in that sense that's a pretty reliable setup there. Generally mixing light Cav with Skirmisher, kind of a classic wombo combo range units. It's gonna work okay here, I think, honestly. I think this Cav Archers will definitely be the star of the show against those Yulons, and then Abyss will obviously clean up any sort of crossbow pike doppel that the Germany has. Unfortunately, he's getting snared though, it looks like. Oh, it looks like the Ottoman also went with a spy, a Mohibe. It's kind of a spy-like unit, but he's more Ottoman looking. With the Tagambus over his face. Here comes the Cav Archers. Cav Archers pick up one Yulon, and they're gonna make a pursuit towards the other ones right up ahead over there. See if you can do that. Very nice. Let's see here. Take out that settler. Nope, just barely missed it. Does say a Yuan though. Alright. As long as he can keep the Yuans away from his vills, I think the Cav Archers are already serving a good use. That being said, the Germany made it to H3 now, and they are going to be able to make skirmishers. So they already got 5 right here. Actually, 8 of them from the 8 skirmisher shipment right there. They're training 5, and then they're going to queue up more. Yuans are going to be upgraded to veteran upgrade. He is going to switch to war wagons because he knows now that his opponent is going skirmisher dragoon with the Cav Archers and the Abyss, so he's going to meet that with skirmisher war wagon. And obviously he has all those free veteran upgraded Yulons right there ready to go to gain an edge against the Abyss if need be.
Ja. Auftrag.
Picking up 1,000 coin right there. I believe he's doing that to make sure he can afford war wagons and skirms. Could potentially go into a Black Rider or Jaeger shipment as needed. How's his resource count? So his resource count kind of on the lower end right now as far as for foreign stuff. Ottoman is going to ship in 6 Abbas, so they're going to beef up their Abbas numbers. There's really no reason to go Falconets right now because you got 2 threats, the War Wagons and the Ulons, which could wipe those out. So it's a little bit safer to go with Abbas because at least the Abbas will clean up the skirms. They'll clean up the War Wagons. You just have to worry about these. And you got the Cav Archers theoretically to deal with that. So a little bit more rational to go more Abbas and artillery right now. I like how he's going ahead in stealth with the Mohibir as well. This is very good use of a stealth unit. So that way he knows the positioning of the war wagons and he can pick them off. Oh, so the German also goes with the priest. Very interesting choice. Probably looking for longevity of his troops. Oh, man, I even see that. Looks like Germany went with 3 Falconets trained right out of the foundry. Ooh, that's going to be a nice advantage for him because now you got to worry about the artillery now, right? I mean, obviously Ottomans can ship in 2 Falconets from the home city, so they can offset that a little bit, but still, now you got a real problem there. Let's see if maybe he can accumulate enough troops to stave off Germans enough till he can get some Falconets of his own from the home city. Looks like, at least from this perspective, he's gonna have to retreat these a little bit. The Cav Archers do their work there and start plowing into all the units. Very nice. Oh man. Oh, he went culverins, even better. That's even better with this time. We got culverins here. Those will counter the Falconets very easily. Yep, one shot that. Other one's into retreat now. Was able to turn that around rather quickly. This one's almost dead. Like, it only takes like a couple shots of a Cav Archer to take out that one. So he really is on 1 Falconet right now. This one's only as useful as it's basically ignored by his troops. Kill the Cav Archers there trying to clean up these war wagons. Up, he got the shot he needed into that one. That's most important because now easy clean up on aisle 5. Down, down. Chase the war wagon now. That good management of the culverins there to make sure he at least got the enough damage into him as needed. Alright, so you ones are going to lead the way down here. Probably look for any vills to potentially raid. Good thing for Ottoman, he's got a town center nearby there to save those vills. That's very useful. The thing I don't like for the German, though, is if he does his attack down here, Ottomans could come behind you at this position here and force you in and surround you. That's why he's kind of pulling out from that position, because he wants to be in a more favorable offensive or defensive position. Germany will be putting up a town center in this spot, which is almost done. This will give him a bit of map control on the corner here to get this mine done. Ottomans are still going Cav Archer Abyss. Germany's and a ton of new skirmishers. They're actually shipping in 7 more right now, looks like. Oh, now he's getting his own falconets. That's good. I'll give him a huge boost there, probably. Oh yeah, I forgot about this tool. It makes it a bit easier to scroll. Yeah. Makes it look a little bit more fluid too. Yep. There we go. Abyss, Abyss, Abyss. Abyss will just shred skirmishers, by the way. The only reason these skirmishers are even here is to fight the Cav Archers. Got 2 falconets now, trained out of his foundry, but unfortunately for him, the Ottomans shipped in 2 falconets of their own, so now it's going to be on more even footing in that regard. Now, let's see how this battle goes out, because this battle will decide the match, I would say. Whoever loses too much stuff will probably lose this outright. I like how he's rolling his falconets in bombard mode, looking for the perfect strike. So he hits a skirm there, forces those falconets into retreat. The falconets take out one opposing one. Actually got them both down, which is good. So they negate each other's artillery. Now it's Abyss and Cav Archer versus Skirm War Wagon with a few Ulans there. Cav Archers coming around, push off the Ulans, find a bit of pressure there. I guess the one good thing about Cav Archers is they got a rate of fire of 1.5 instead of 3 because they use a bow, so they shoot kind of fast, you know. Everything Ottoman does is just better somehow. GG. Yeah, that is true. You know, I mean, not gonna lie, war wagons are pretty scary as well, but I think it's the Abyss. The Abyss is just a phenomenal unit, personally. Phenomenal unit, to say the least. I do like that Germany applied some early pressure there with the Ulans and did sort of a semi-fast fortress instead of doing a full-blown one, just so they could get some raiding damage done. But I will say, it was kind of a moot point because obviously the Ottoman already had his resources ready and the crates and everything, so it was kind of stalling him for nothing at that point, and he was just losing resources on the battle there. So I don't know, I just feel like it wasn't the most efficient use of his time. He could have just went straight up to Fast Fortress himself and you know, got those skirmishers and war wagons out a bit earlier and contested, but who knows. Which one are we on now? Baja Teacher versus Wesi. Sounds pretty good. Let's see what this one is. Oh, it opened up my file system. I don't need that. Let's see how this match looks. First time seeing these players tonight. So Baja Teacher is going Ottoman, and Wesi is going Ethiopia. So, kind of similar to a previous game we've seen tonight, right? Right? One that ended up being a double barracks janissary versus double war camp Gascagna. We'll see if this one goes a bit similarly or if it goes a bit differently. We'll find out. So, what is the Ottoman's plan going to be here? So the Ottoman is getting a trading post, getting the mosque, then it's going to get a house a bit later, so playing pretty normally there. Ethiopia again, they're going to probably play around their livestock market to obviously get a house, putting a granary in a good spot there. I will say you better be building your granaries as often as possible as the African civs, as it does make a difference. It helps you to corral your huntables easier, and it ensures that your villages actually gather pretty good around those granaries too. So get them as much as you can. Really gives you a huge advantage, and they don't cost anything. They're completely free. You don't have to pay any resources to build these. The only thing you lose resource-wise is the build time it takes for that build to basically start building them up, pretty much. Yeah. Alright, so now it looks like this explorer here is gonna go for this treasure. Which treasure is that? 60 food. Pretty reasonable. Definitely help out quite a bit. Oh, the Trinity card. Now, the Trinity card is a kind of an interesting one. So it's a infinite card that you can send again and again. And what it gives you 2 vills, and it gives you a bun priest. So the 2 vills obviously are very useful for food, and then the abun you can use to essentially build the monastery for you and to start collecting the gold from the monastery. So it's quite useful in that sense. Now, when he builds that, a monastery will depend on when he gets enough wood to do so. We'll either have to chop for it, or we'll have to sell one of these cattle at the livestock market to afford it. Also, you get a free one with each age up too, by the way. That's another thing you can do. You can wait for yourself to age up, and then you'll get a nice wagon to put one down on.
Hello.
Going with the Jesuits, I see. That's pretty reasonable. Jesuits obviously will give you access to conquistadores, which will be quite a good native unit to add into your armies, so that's always a good reliable alliance to do with the Ethiopians. Is getting the native embassy built up now using a villager, so that tells me he is going to go native warriors. He's going to go conquistadores. Since we are on Great Plains, we can also get some Comanche. And we can get some Cheyenne as well. So some really good cavalry natives on this map. So Cheyenne, Comanche, and then now Jesuit Conquistadores for the Ethiopia player, which is quite good, you know. There's some other natives he can get later too, like the Sudanese dervishes. If he wants to have a bit of a skirmisher type native add in as well. But we'll see if he ends up getting there or not. We'll have to find out. Church is going up over there. That'll trickle him some XP, obviously. Get him some. It actually gives you access to some of the European church upgrades as well, like the training ones and the other ones. Oh, he is going for a Basilides castle, so this will give him a palace and then 300 influence. The palace is essentially a special fort type building that the African civs get, where they can train their artillery, mercenaries, and any special units they get through alliances. So it's kind of like a little bit of kind of like a little mini fort that trains all sorts of different special units. all your normal infantry cavalry is made at the war camp, whereas the palace makes all of your special stuff, basically your elite troops, I would call them, yeah. Looks like he is starting to queue up some conquistadores now. These guys are very strong. The thing that makes conquistadores very powerful in the 5th edition is they actually get one splash, so they actually do some area of effect damage, which is quite substantial. Oh, and he's using his tower to make some desert raiders too. Oh, interesting. So the desert raiders are literally a raiding outlaw cavalry that does crush damage instead of hand damage. They're basically like the Huns Tarkans, the Tarkans that you have in Age of Empires 2, but instead of on a horse, they're on a camel. Yeah, so they do some great crush damage against units, ignoring most of their armors. And then the siege attack itself is pretty reasonable too in larger numbers. So yeah, you kind of have to watch out for those guys, pretty much, especially in larger numbers. So he's going Conquistador with Raiders. That's a combination I've actually never seen before, so I'm kind of curious how this ends up working out. And the way you afford it is basically you pay influence to train native warriors as the Africans, so you pay influence to get conks. And then you would just have to spend gold to make these desert raiders, since they are an outlaw. Oh, it does look like they do cost a bit of food, which I find interesting. Most outlaws don't cost food, but these guys do a little bit, so the macro is probably slightly different for them. He's out of Ville, which is really nice. I think he's trying to keep as much presence in his base as possible, because he knows what's coming now that the Ottomans have hit the fortress age. They can hit their power play button as far as Mamluks, Safahi, Falconet, all the big boy cards are coming out now, so we'll see if he can hold on for dear life or not. Putting an Ottoman town center out on the front right there I think is a pretty good strategy. Gives him some map control. Gets him a free queue of vills, by the way, since that's how Ottoman town centers work, so he doesn't even need food to get those extra economy. It's just going to be handed to him, basically. Oh, look at the delis. Look at all the casualties he's inflicted on the monastery there. That's pretty good. Pretty good for Ottomans. Completely was able to bypass the palace by attacking over here, which I think was pretty cheeky. Getting veteran on the Abbess. So he is going to go Cav Archer Abbess. Sticking to that light Cav skirmisher type comp that wins people so many games usually. I've noticed we've seen a ton of Ottomans tonight, so people really love the Ottoman civ quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, you rarely can go wrong with the Ottomans as long as you know what you're doing, I think. So that's totally understandable.
Hazır. Evet. Emrin.
Watch out, you really can't afford to siege right now. You got Abbas on your tail with Cav Archers. He also has bigger numbers somehow, so yeah, I would retreat from that as Ethiopia. Frankly, I don't even know what Ethiopia is going to do now, because you're dealing with veteran Abbas Gunner, with veteran Cav Archer. This comp does not beat this one at all. It doesn't. It doesn't at all, because these outlaws, for what they're worth, will fall rather quickly in such small numbers against Cav Archers, and then the Abbots just shred the punks. No problem. At all. It's insane.
Emrin. Evet. Hazır. Emrin. Evet.
Oh, the Desert Archers. Now, the Desert Archers used to be very insane back in the day. They used to be like a brutal unit that did a ton of damage. Now they're sort of a bit more tame, but thing you gotta know about these guys is that they are basically the prelude to the concept of the Giselle Afghan infantry in Wars of Liberty. But before that, let's just check this battle out real quick and see how it... Oh, he's got a Sevastopol. Now, that's going to be a nice advantage. But, I'm still a little bit wary because of all the Cav Archers that we see here. I don't think this little batch of Desert Archers, at least not now, is going to be able to clean up that much stuff. Maybe in the old days when they did a ton more damage, they might have been able to, but, yeah, no. Guess not. Yeah, look at him. Like, oh man, wow, look at that. Insane. Oh yeah, no, it is. Oh boy. But what I was gonna say was, the Desert Archer. Do we have any of those on the field anymore, or are those all toast? They might all be toast at this point, but basically, kind of a side story, and this was a great game, by the way. Ottoman's doing a good job maintaining a unit comp that they know would be reliable. I think personally Ethiopia was going with their conquistador raider thing a little too long for comfort, and I think it was eventually getting really obsolete, and they just found themselves into a hole where they couldn't get out of it. But yeah, I digress. So finally I'm going to tell you the story about the Desert Archer. I believe, theoretically, and I might be wrong about this, that the Desert Archer was the inspiration for the Giselle infantry bonus for the Afghans in Wars of Liberty. You know why? Because I was looking at those stats and I'm like, this is exactly the same thing. Basically the Giselle and the Giselecci, the Kodespa, those types of units, even the ones like the not the Serduk, I was just using it the other day. How did I already forget what the was called? I'm drawing a blank because I'm casting so much defenders. Basically, those units have more damage at their extra range than they do in their normal range. So maybe there was kind of an inspiration for that. That's all I'm saying. You probably know. The Sarbaz, yeah, the Sarbaz. That's the name of that musket that the Afghans get. The Sarbaz, yeah. That's what it is. The Sarbaz. Alright, so is this one where we had before? Oh, Haramija versus Halon. It looks like his version works, so maybe the initial version out of sync or something. Now it seems to be alright. Haramija is using the Indians, which is my most favorite 1v1 civ on ranked, probably, is the Indians. And then Halon is using Ethiopia. So we got an Ethiopia versus India. I would prefer to be India in this matchup if it was me. I would prefer to be India. I mean, Ethiopia might have a few tricks up their sleeves, but I would rather be India. So Ethiopia is going to start with their granary there, so they can boost up their hunting rate at least. Lure in some of those bisons so you can save on some villager seconds of having to run around to eat all the things. And India, at least if I remember correctly, is... Oh, interesting. So India's going for maybe a Karnamata. Is that right? I'm trying to recall my India knowledge. When you see India go full food with their bills, that's, if I remember correctly, a sign that they're going to go Karnamata, and that's why they're rushing very quickly to get all the food out of the way. Yeah, he might be going for Karnamata. Yeah. Usually when you go Agra Fort, you play more reserved and you stick most of your vills on wood to keep up with the vill numbers. And then you sort of play that like a semi-fast fortress, but yeah, no, he might be going Karnamata here, yeah. Now what is he doing with this villager? I'm kind of curious. What is he doing with that villager? Oh, he's going Agra still, is that right? Oh, interesting. I've never seen somebody in Definitive Edition actually go with an all-out hunt with the Indian villagers just to do a Agra Fort. That's insane, actually. I just played versus Phoenix. You probably get some PTSD after that, I would imagine, yeah. Halon is Russian? I didn't know that. He wiped floor with me. I bet he did. I've seen Phoenix play before. He's a brutal player, man. I think I've even seen him do some of those Total War modes with HV&I, and he just completely cleaned him under the rug, basically. It was spoopy. Very spoopy. Yeah, so first card's obviously going to be Wood Trickle, Distributivism with India, because kind of similar to Russians, they don't get villager cards, but every card is a villager card, because you get a free villager with every card, right? So it's Wood Trickle with the villager, crates with the villager, sepoys with the villager. Yeah, Indians literally don't need any villager cards because their whole civ is literally just villager cards that does other stuff as well. So, yeah. That's pretty cool. Now, what Wars of Liberty did, which is pretty scary, is they actually set it so you get free villagers proportional to the age you're in. So, obviously an age 1 card will still give you just 1 vill. But if you send like an age 4 card, you're going to get free 4 villagers from that. So, if you're an India lover, maybe go over to Wars of Liberty so you can enjoy those extra free villagers, I guess. If you're willing to sacrifice things like the Mysore rockets and the special arsonist card and stuff. So, yeah, just saying there, pretty much. Yep. Absolutely. Just checking what's going on in the Wars of Liberty server there. Seeing if they're playing any matches. Because I know we were having a bit of lack of activity in the past few days there. Alright, so he is going to start off with Sepoy, it looks like, and go for a Sepoy rush. That's typically what the Indians do. They love their Sepoy. It's kind of their backbone unit. Trainable right out of the Agra Fort from the start, and that's generally how they set up, you know. And then what you end up doing is you use the Agra Fort and its placement as sort of like a map control versus unit aggression against your villagers, too. Like, you could potentially try to herd in this hunt somehow to get it over there. You can obviously get the mine over here. Agra Fort placement is very important when you're playing as Indians, you can place it really well, it can be a huge difference in your performance. Also, look at the great treasure India's going to get too. He's going to get 320 XP. This is huge. This is a big treasure here. Yeah. Also, looks like India is getting their foreign logging. Foreign logging is just a bigger version of distributivism. It's like an even bigger wood trickle, and then obviously you get the free villager with the two as India. So, yeah, that's a pretty big deal, actually, if you can get that early on. And then he's getting more wood, it looks like. Oh, interesting. So he's committing to an age 2 fight, it sounds like, from the looks of it, from the gist of it. So he's gonna just go full Sapoi Rush, I think, and then go from there. Yeah, pretty much. Interesting. Sapoi is doing a good job there, fighting off all that stuff. Yep. Oh, going for the diplomatic intrigue. That's always a good send as the Indians, because normally you would use that to get a consulate up with the Ottomans and then get some handcav in the form of the Rum of the Yits, which is the Royal Guard name for the Delhis. So that's quite good. Looks like this Ethiopia is also relying on conquistadors to win, but unfortunately, India actually gets skirmishers available in Age 2, similar to the Dutch, except that theirs is called the Gurkha. So it's a little bit different stats, and it's only about 18 range, but yeah, it's pretty affordable actually. You know, it's not that expensive to make, so it's a pretty solid unit, honestly. You know. Going with all those Gurkhas is gonna kind of make the conquistadors not as effective and force them back a bit, which I think is pretty nice. So that's quite good. Oh, going with the Azaps. That's a good choice. Yeah, Azaps is a nice add-on here because they'll obviously be really good against the Conquistadors. They're kind of like a pikeman crossbowman hybrid.
Evet.
You know, at range they got multipliers against dragoons, and then in melee they have multipliers against cav. So, kind of a little bit of both worlds there, sort of. So yeah, that'll definitely deter any future Conquistador pressure that the Ethiopia might be thinking of. He is starting to get a war camp now too, so starting to think about maybe adding in some generic troops. Also going for fortress aids with the Sudanese, so since he's already doing natives with the Conquistadors, he figured, you know what, may as well add the Sudanese in their dervishes. Because the dervishes will actually be a really big threat to this composition. Dervishes are like skirmishers, but they throw knives, so they actually deal hack damage. So they'll actually ignore the armor of these Gurks and like do really severe damage to them if they're not careful. So I think in that regard, going Sudanese is a pretty reasonable option to go with, honestly. Just saying. Yeah. It looks like he's also going to be queuing in some Shotel warriors. Pretty good. Basically a coyote runner that also gets multipliers against skirmish class. So that should be pretty good, actually. Indeed it is. Yep, see that? They get 1.25 against skirmish, so pretty heavy hitting unit for a one pop hand infantry. And here comes those dervishes right now, by the way, queuing in. Rajputs. Interesting. So Rajputs is one we don't actually see a whole lot of. But it's essentially the Indians' pikemen, I guess you could call it. Though they're not the strongest, you know. I used to think that Rajputs were really good, but I guess not everybody likes them. I definitely used to make them a lot in Wars of Liberty with Sawars, and it used to be sort of my thing with Abyss guns, but times have changed. Times are strange. Now, yep, garrison there. Gurks get a few free shots on these units. Oh, the elephants are going to do some splash. They did a stomp. It stuns them. Oh, Gurks doing their best to pick off these dervishes so they don't become a threat later. Definitely a smart move. Oh, he's adding Neftanyas in. Ah, interesting. So Neftanyas, essentially pretty sturdy skirmishers that the Ethiopians get, so kind of makes sense he gets those to deal with the Rajputs, deal with the Sepoys and the Azaps, and then have a unit that can outrange the Gurks too. So yeah, Neftanya might be the unit that he wants here for all these units. Shotels have not connected yet, and the Sepoys go into melee to intercept the Shotels, so that's a successful defend there for India. But he does have to deal with all this stuff, though. These Sepoys are going into melee to charge the Kongs. Take out one Kong. So kind of a bit of a shred there. But that's okay. He's luring him back in towards his Agra fort now, so he can hopefully damage him a bit over there. Should be good. Just giving a little bit of splash to him, which is always nice. Yep, just back up a little bit and then get back in and in.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ንጉሥ ሆይ?
And he does get his first batch of Rumeliads out, by the way, from the Ottoman consulate allies there. Biggest problem's gonna be those conquistadors if he plans on using these hand cav effectively. Also, India's also in age 3. What did he get? He got the Tower of Victory. That's a nice ability he can run every now and then to essentially be disappointed. Looks like he already used it once, called Inspiration, to buff up the attack hit points and speed the units. What is he going to get now? He's going to get Siege Ellie to deal with the Sevastopol. Kind of a reasonable choice considering the situation. He does have 3 Mahout. It's an expensive 1,000 food. Can get the Howdas. Sam's. He's got a Rumi. He's got the intervention card, so he's got some options. And then in age 4, he's even got the Mysore rockets. Sea Jelly on the Sevastopol, pretty good. Yep, he can catch up after it since it's a pretty decent movement speed on him. Yeah. You're gonna want to retreat. Oh, yep. Oh, boom. Did it. These guys have made their use. As long as they take out the Sevastopol, you know that they're useful. You don't get the Sevastopol down, then they were a waste. But at least they did that. Alright, Zep Boys again, successfully intercepting the Chotel Warriors. Oh, he's running in with the elephants again to mess up the formation on the Chotels, I think, a little bit. Oh, man. Very nice. Spicy indeed. GG. That's why I said, man. That's why I said I would rather be India in this matchup than Ethiopia. Just saying. India is a very phenomenal 1v1 civ in ranked for a reason. They just get a really good early defense going with that aggro fort and map control, and then they just build it up with really good units like Gurkha, Mahout, Sepoy, and it just always goes great. Well, not always, but I think India does well in a lot of matchups, to say the least. They got a lot up their sleeve, basically. Alright, so now we'll look for the next game here and pull it up right now. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Very nice. Ooh, our first Captain Link game. This will be good. Robrut versus Captain Link. I think I've seen both of these guys battle before, so I definitely seen Captain Link win a ton of games over on House of the Trading Post. But Robrut, another saw one. East Asia KI rehost, yes. Here we go. Let's do it. So, we got Robrut as Spain, and Captain Link playing as the USA. Spain is, unfortunately, a civ that's humbled me pretty badly in this tournament, so... Yeah, Spain. You good? You bad? it's fine. That's good. It's good when it's fine. So it looks like Robert is getting down a trading post early on in Spain. Spain, as you know, has a bonus where they receive their shipments a lot sooner than other civs, so why not cap on that even more with a trading post? It's quite good. I mean, believe it right now, I think Spain already has their first shipment going, or they will very soon. Yep. What is their deck even going to be here? Oh, he's got Reconquista. Now that's an interesting one, because Reconquista means that you're probably going to see a ton of pikes, crossbowmen, or rods be used, roderos, because essentially every 3 of them that you lose, you get 1 free conch with. And if you like lose a ton of them, then you can get up to 10 conchs out of this card with no resources. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. And then beyond there, it's got all the basic stuff like rods, lancers, Marvelous Year, which boosts your gather rate up insane for like 365 seconds to represent an entire year, as well as your villager train rate. Spies. I don't know about spies. Spies to me is a little bit off. I do like the infinite Lancer shipment though. If you get to Industrial Age, that's pretty cool. Yeah, some fun stuff.
Preparado.
Rubberchu? I was going to get another pet from that. He's got his Mariposa the Doggo. And Fang the Tame Coyote. Oh, Captain Link is building on... Oh, I know what Captain Link is doing. So, Captain Link is playing United States, right? He is going for a card called the Scottish Immigrants. And for every trading post, saloon, and meeting house you have, you get a free Highland. You get a Highlander out of this card. The default of the card is that it sends about... Does it have a default shipment? No, I don't believe it does. Yeah, you do need to build up to 10 structures to get every single one. Yeah. That's why he's sending this card here, Advanced Saloon, because this will actually allow him to get 2 saloons on top of the normal build limit. And then he used this card here, the Chinese Immigrants, to get free rickshaws for trading posts. Essentially how it works is it gives you 1 at the start so you can build a trading post right away, and then the levy ability is ready for you to use immediately, and then you essentially get 2 trading posts for the price of 1. Yeah, and then after that point, once the levy ability comes back, then you can send another rickshaw and keep it going. Yeah. Oh, Delaware, interesting. I've never seen anybody go Delaware with this before. The good old state of Joe Biden, yeah. Interesting. Arkansas's post. Oh, interesting. Allows markets, saloons, and meeting house to be built by any trading post wagon. Ah, wow. I think he's doing that so he can build out the saloons with it, all 3 saloons. Because what does a saloon cost again? Trying to remember. So a saloon costs 200. So he got about the value of about 600 wood card out of that. I think the good thing is that you don't have to build it with villagers, which I think is a lot faster. Yeah, no, wagons build buildings significantly faster than villagers, so he probably was going for a quick one there, I would say. Yeah, probably. How many Highlanders is he going to get out of this now? He's going to get about 7? 7 Highlanders. Ooh, that's pretty big. If he could have gotten some of these, he probably could have gotten like maybe 8 or 9 Highlanders. That's pretty big. And then from there, he's going to make outlaws. He's going to make gunslingers. Now, the gunslingers, they might just look like ordinary pistoleros, but they get a charge attack where they empty their entire revolver, all 6 chambers, and then they go boop, 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 boop. And it does a ton of damage, sort of like a Gatling gun. Yeah, so combine that with arm. How many? Oh, he got all 10 of them? Or did he get 9 of them? 9. He got 9. Almost Diaz. That's pretty big. Oh, he's got the astronaut too. Link Skywalker. Link Skywalker. Like Luke Skywalker. I like that. Star Wars reference. So you got 3 gunslingers and an army of Highlanders there. They're going to hit pretty hard in there to say the least. And yeah. See if he can take down many hills at all. Alright, so Waddills are coming to the back now with the base. Yep. Oh, interesting. And then Captain Link, since he has so many native sites built on for his build order, he can start making some Apaches and some Comanches. He did that? I didn't know USA gets access to native treaties. Because that's neat, because it gave him a batch of both Cheyennes and Apaches that he was able to call upon all together. And I suppose on maps that have 3 natives or more for some reason, the card's even more insane. Yeah. Oh boy, look at that. He spawned the crossbows of men right on top of him. Wow. I think the only problem is the fact that Spain really specializes in anti-cav early on between the rods and the pikes. That unfortunately these natives were not that useful to him. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, these dogs, by the way, are such a menace. Like, you have to go out of your way so much, I feel like, sometimes just to take out these dogs. Does he have a lightsaber? I've never looked at that before on the astronaut to find out if he has a lightsaber or not. He definitely's got a space gun, a space blaster for a gun, but yeah, I don't know about the other part though. Oh, Lance! Oh, he went to H3 and got good move by Spain there. Again, the fortress agent, because now Lancer will clean this up rather easily with the multipliers. Yeah. GG. Good job, Spain. Clean that up like a pro. Yeah. There's a good attempt by Link though. I've done that strategy of people before with the Scottish immigrants, and it just bum rushes them super fast. But if you get somebody clever like this Spain here that can sneak into H3 and get Lancers, you're toast. You're so Joe over at that point. So yeah, it was a fun back and forth there, to say the least. I definitely enjoyed that one quite a bit. So it's always good to see Civ variety, so we're not just watching Ottomans again and again. Definitely. I think if my matches were a reference, Spain has been pretty performance-wise good in this tournament other than the Ottomans. Ottomans in Spain. The 2 Civs that get Falconet cards at H2, H3, and then obviously good setups for shipments and stuff, yeah. Yep, and then Falconet's finished the deal there, I think, too. Alright, let's do this one now. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Which one are we on now? Let's see. Ooh, Chapika versus Brigadier. Nice. Also, any chatters? Maycon. Nope, nobody in chat, so we'll just continue from here, probably. I just got an update from the devs at Order of Guzan. They are actually updating some of their Hollow Girl plushies for me to use with more quality now. Before they updated the Crony Bear one to look better and the Bibu one, now they're doing the same with some other ones like Marine and Kayla Kowalska if you're interested in that sort of thing. Let's try this one now. Okay, so we got Chapika is the Portuguese, not Portuguese, Portuguese. And Brigadier is Italy, or Italy, or it's my weird relative used to call him Italy, completely ignoring the vowel there. So, yeah, that should be good. Italy is a definitely a very fascinating civ in Definitive Edition. They got obviously the cool mechanic with the Lombards, which if done correctly with the Fast Fortress of Fast Industrial can be a real powerhouse of resources. Otherwise, you know, it can be used on a smaller scale to boost things up. And definitely Italy's got a good variety of units, including their Patnaseers. They get a bunch of stuff out of their church as well, which they can use. Their cathedral is quite good. And yeah, also the architect, of course. This guy can build stuff for free, but if you want to build it at a faster rate, you do have to pay up some wood for him to do so. So, yep, he always saves you a bit of resources on wood if you use him wisely, which is quite nice. So make sure you're always taking advantage of him pretty much. And he can also chop wood as well, so even if he's not building, he can always be doing something. Portuguese, on the other hand, their big thing is getting free covered wagons when they age up, so they're the kings of map control. They can either play super defensive and have like a wall of town centers in their base, or they can run those town centers everywhere and basically cover the map with villagers. But the first card to send as Portuguese would be the Fitolias here. And what it does is it allows all your town centers to trickle food, wood, and gold. So, yeah, it essentially gives them 3 different trickles. This one, and this one. turning them all into like little mini factories churning out resources. So the further in the game you get, the bigger that trickle's going to get as you add more town centers. So let's see what the deck looks like. This looks pretty clear. It's going to be a straight up fast fortress. If this Portugal gets stuck in H2, I think it's pretty much fatal for him, honestly, from this type of a deck. All of his H2 cards are pretty much just upgrades. You know, you got your Gunpowder Infantry attack, Advanced Arsenal, and then you got your World Decree, which is mostly beneficial for boosting your food gather rate, as well as giving you some good, you know, improvements, like the ordnance units, as well as the Tower and Sword Black Riders, yeah. But H3 is where it all comes together. Cazador, Help, Dragoon, Organ Gun, and then Fort. And then if you somehow get into H4, you got Big Organ Shipment, Grape Shot for the organs, Order of Aviz for the Dragoons to get their range up really good. And then obviously this, and then the factories, yeah. So it's going to be the Portuguese gold probably to fight most of the game in H3 and 4. Since that means that they'll have their peak number of town centers, which would be 3 or 4, essentially. Most civs in AoE 3, you only get 3 town centers, but the Portuguese cheats a little bit. Because when they get their free covered wagon in H4, they end up essentially beefing up their town center build limit to 4, which is +1 over the normal, which is 3. Trying to see if I have any water here for my throat. Fortunately, no. I should probably get some after this match. Just saying. 'Cause who knows how many matches we're going to have tonight. Yeah, definitely.
Qual é a sua? Olá. Preparado?
Alright, covered wagon here is going to go down in
Olá.
this, which spot? Which spot are you going to go down in? Which area? Donde está? Donde está? Donde está? Looks to be going for map control with this one. Is he going to go on this hunt? Yeah, he's going to stick around that hunt. Very good choice. All you have to do is herd these guys into here, and you got yourself a good lifetime supply of food. Very nice. It's the one, I'm not going to say a good thing, sometimes it's a very obnoxious thing to deal with when you're the enemy. The thing that the Portuguese do is basically just eat up the map. Make it impossible for you to get any sort of map control because they got a big town center there that they can easily fill with vills and turn it into a death trap at any second. So, gotta consider it that way. Now, what the Italy is going to do, because he knows he's dealing with the Portugal, he's going to say, you know what? I don't care. I don't care what you do. I'm going to build a ton of Lombards. I'm going to use my Lombard build order, and I'm going to essentially just destroy you with that. Yeah. See, he's got all the big boy cards. He's got his Florentine Financiers. He's got his Lucan Financiers, and he's got his Genoese Financiers. And even the Monte di Pieta that he's already sent, so he's going to get all the Lombards that he can get, and then he's going to then this, basically in groups with each other, so that he can essentially bank up a ton of resources with those Lombards. And then he's got a ton of shipments that he can throw in. He's got the Bosniak Stradian one, the Albanian company, he's got the Black company with Black Riders and Armored Pistoliers, Falks. And there's got a plethora of artillery in Age 4 they can do, as well as the big Bersiglieri shipment as well, which are quite good. There really should be a mod for Definitive Edition to give the Bersiglieri their voice line from Wars of Liberty, because I love that voice line a lot better than the one that they gave in this AoE 3. Yeah. Yeah. Probably the best voice lines in the whole mod, honestly. So Yeah, that would be a good mod. Just change all of Italy's voice lines to Wars Liberty ones. Which they could theoretically do, you know. I just don't know what they would use for them, basically. I'm assuming the Ranger would be the Pavasier, the Pikeman would still be the Pikeman. Musketeer can use the one that the Line Infantry uses. The Halberdier can either use the Almeti one or the one that the Alpini uses, and so forth and so forth. Or maybe they can give that one to this wave, who knows. Yep, it looks like both sides are in H3 now, and Portuguese is opening with a organ gun push on the tower there, with a protective shipment of halberdiers. And now it's going to be shipping in the dragoons as well as another defense for these organs, which will be quite good for that. That was good implementation of the organ guns there to beat out the Papal Guards. That was quite good because now that the Papal Guards are gone now the Italy base is slightly more exposed. But still, he's not going to win outright because the thing is he lacks the army right now to take down this TC at the moment, even at only 1,000 HP or so. He's going to get the Papal Bombards and just clean those up instantly. Yep, saw that coming. He's also going to start training Basiglielis as well. These guys, the guys that love to scream. The Basiglielis in Definitive Edition, I think they're actually theoretically better than the ones in Wars of Liberty, because in Wars of Liberty they're just like dragoons or whatever, which, you know, can be good in some situations, but here there's basically skirmishers that also have the benefit of using their trumpet to stun units after they kill something, so really a powerful unit that can do all sorts of things battlefield wise. Yeah, it looks like Italy ended up sending their own shipment of halberdiers in. Looks like 13 halberdiers, that's pretty big. So let's see how that ends up going here. What is Portugal's actual plan of dealing with this threat? Because I don't... They got culverins, so they're going to do that for the bombards, and I'm guessing they're queuing up cazadores for the Halbs. Yeah, well, this TC is definitely in check right now. He might want to get his culves up there to... up. Can he get them out? He can get them out in time. I like how I was going to try to snare him with the Dragoon there so the culves could hit him easier. Just looking at the geometry to see if he can escape. Yes, it looks like he can. So, luckily for Italy, they keep both of the Papal Bombards alive, which is really good for them. Yeah. Ooh, Italy has their own 3 culverin shipment to counteract theirs. Well, actually, Portugal actually had to train theirs, so they had to spend a pretty penny to get them. Whereas Italy, they were able to just ship them in, no problem.
Obrigado por teres pago o resgate.
Obviously, you don't want to press in too deep with culverins, otherwise your Dragoons will take them out. You have to be a little bit careful there. I think the Portugal is also going to be going to Industrial Age now. That means that they'll get their 4th town center as well as, what is it, 1,000 coin with the Tycoon. That's a pretty big lump sum there, actually, so they'll enjoy that. Yep, this TC I think is almost cooked. Yeah, so that gives put something there. Cazadores right on top of the Signianis, that splits. Obviously you saw the stun animation right there. That's what makes versus better than regular skirms, is they're able to stun their opponents and thus give their army a bit of a slight edge. Ooh, Priest to heal up everything now. That's something we've only seen a few people do today, so yeah, it's always good when you see healers being utilized, yeah. What do these guys cost? They cost about 100 gold, is that right? Yeah. Okay. He also got a batch of the Papal Lancers. They're basically Meadows, but made through the Basilica. The Italians have access to as their big church building. Oh boy, that was a good volley from the Organ Guns. You see how he shredded his Brigadiers there? Quite good. Quite solid, yeah. Comes the bursas right on top of the dragoons. Oh, those bombers have been doing. Ah, he lost them. Not good. Halberdier's got to press now. It's now or never. Get through that Ville and go right for the artillery, man. Oh, wait a minute. No, we can just use the Papples for that. Nice, nice, nice. Halberdiers will shred Cazadors, by the way. Halberdiers, never discount a Halberdier. They do some good hand attack. It's 36. That's like a veteran SR. So they could definitely pressure Cazadors, no problem. Especially since they sacrifice a lot of their hit points for Pierce Armor. So, yeah, no, that was a really good setup there for the Halberdiers. Yep.
Sim.
Another good volley for the Brigadiers with their upgrades and their trumpets to stun. Also, and these guys get a charge attack too, by the way, with the lances. They're quite powerful. They get their charge attack through the Papal Arsenal, which gives everybody a charge attack from the Basilica. Sling in another batch of Papal Lancers, it looks like. Those will be great against the infantry. And then you could just use the bursters against the dragoons. Here comes the Arsenal card here. The Milanese Arsenal. Makes all the Arsenal techs 50% cheaper and allows you to get the advanced techs as well from it. And it actually ships you an Arsenal too, so you don't have to pay for building it either, which is great. Oh boy, look at this. Look at these Villes. Completely caught off guard there. That's insane. They're not going to last very long in that direction. Nope, definitely not. Oh, a Barbary Corsair. Went with the Revolt? Wow. Wow, went with the Revolt. Turned all its Villes into Corsairs. Interesting. You don't always see Revolts, you know. That's quite a spicy addition, yeah. Basically it turns all of your villages into rods, pretty much. So they, you know, become anti-cav. Then you get a plethora of new cards as well, like all these ones here. Yeah. That was a pretty interesting one to say the least. I think Italy, in this situation, demonstrated how you're supposed to deal with a Portuguese situation. Instead of trying to, get another town center and risk all your troops and everything, just go for your alternative economic boom, which for Italy is the Lombards, and then boom up in your own way and then beat them out with your good troops. Brigadiers, your papal units from the Basilica. Can't go wrong with the law of them, so I think Italy had the exact solution for the Portugal problem there, which I wish everybody, including me, had, usually when I deal with them, yeah. Yep, the Guzin developer messaged me again. He said that he's going to give me some chibi Hollow Girl plushies, but he's not going to tell me who they are. I gave him 3 that I thought would be a good idea. He put those in, and then he's given me more ones, but I won't know who they are until I go live that day. So, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, pretty much. Let's scroll down and see what we got. Yeah. So which one are we on now? Let's see, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so we're on Lucas L versus Wesi. Sounds good. I said I was going to get Agua, but I don't care. We'll just do this. Alright, so we got Lucas L. as the Lakota, our first Native American of the night, and then we got Wesi as the Hausa. Very, very different picks than what we've seen tonight. Hausa is a African civ, a bit similar to Ethiopia and a bit not. For as far as the start is concerned, it's a bit similar to Ethiopia in the sense that you build a granary right away to lure in all those hunts and get the boosted gather rate from around the structure, which is quite nice. And then from there, things will go off in a bit of a different direction, since you do not get mountain monasteries with Hausa, but you do get universities. Big schools that trickle influence for you and contain all of your special alliance techs. So it behooves you to try to get a university sooner rather than later so you can get a ton of special units, right? The biggest one being the Iconocobia, which is a really strong musketeer that actually does one splash and is a pretty good backbone to most early Hausa armies. So yeah, quite good. How many decks? Has quite a bit, so I'll just wait for him to pick his thing. Oh, again, the village dogs right away. That's a good choice. Essentially, it's a wood-only hunting dogs tech. Whereas Lakota are actually kind of similar to the African civs. So instead of building a free granary, they have to shell out about 50 wood to build a teepee. And the teepee, similar to the granary, gives you a building gather rate boost around it. So yeah, you usually want to place your teepee around an area that you know you're going to be doing all your hunting in, and then you get a ton of gather rate from it, which is quite nice. And then as well, the teepee will also boost the hit points of the units nearby as well. So if you're trying to defend your base as Lakota, your Axe Riders, you name it, will get more HP from these as well, which is quite good. So what's the deck look like? So we got 3 vills sent. We do have friendly territory. TPs gain significantly more hit points, and then the TPs will improve the attack speed and range of nearby units as well. So it becomes a much better defensive building then, or offensive one, depending on how you're using it. And then as far as H2, it looks like a pretty standard Lakota deck in that sense. You got all your military options as well as camp movements. This essentially turns you into the Mongols, where you can take your war huts and actually you can take most of your buildings and deconstruct them and move them to other spots. Like if you have like a corral and a war hut in your base, but you want to go offensive, you can like take them apart, move them to another position totally for free. And then Great Hunter. Great Hunter is a card that's better the later you wait for it. Essentially, it takes 10% of all the food that you get from animals and adds it to a total. And then when you send the card, it gives you that total, up to 1.5k food. So if you use it to its fullest extent, it's essentially like sending an H4 food crate card, instantly into your hand. On top of that, it also boosts your hunting rate by 20%, so it has long-term value even after you send the card. So, yeah. And basically with Lakota, of course, they're one of the only civs that you can ship in huntables. So, yeah, 20% hunting rate does help you throughout the game as Lakota, which is quite nice. And then some other important cards here for H3 will be Rifle Rider, Wakina Rifles, potentially the Axe Rare ones. And then you get some support cards here too, to give the Axe Rare more hit points, and then more hit points to the Wakinas as well. Yeah.
Ohan. So ya etancha iblamenikte. Preparado.
starting with Bow Rider. Now, that's an interesting option. You know, that's something we used to see a lot in the old days in Wars of Liberty, is starting out with Bow Rider because of their mobility. But as they sort of stripped the identity of the Dragoon unit a bit and what it countered, that kind of went away. But in good old the 5th edition, where Dragoons kind of act like Dragoons should, starting Bow Rider can be pretty good, you know? It can give you some rating potential if you can mass them up. Obviously, you'll do great against Hussars as well, and anything of that class, also artillery. So yeah, starting Bow Riders is definitely a viable thing to do in Definitive Edition. Not Wars of Liberty, but the Definitive Edition, you can start out with Bow Riders, and it can go pretty good. Yeah, definitely. Looks like Hausa went Javelin Riders, and they're actually aligned with the Comanches too. So they're going more of a native setup right now. As you can see here, they got a university to help them trickle in some influence so they can continue to train more Comanche horse archers. Keep up with them. Yeah. Oh, and there's the Fulani archers. The Fulanis have a bit of less range than a standard skirm, but they got a good rate of fire, so they shoot really fast. Pretty much, yep. Lakota is going for a semi-fast fortress, so they will be going to H3 now. Picking up the fur dressing at the tribal marketplace so they can boost the gather rate that they're collecting off of these mines as well. Yep. Is he gonna keep going Bow Rider or what? Yeah, it looks like he's still going Bow Rider. Seems like. Now, what is the Hausa gonna do? Is the Hausa gonna go full Fulani? Fulani? Yeah, full. He went full Fulani, full Ani to deal with his Bow Riders, and I think until we see something substantial out of the Lakota, Fulani is gonna serve its purpose quite well here. But we'll see, though. We'll see if that reigns true or not. Actually, he's gonna get a veteran upgrade on those bow riders, so he can do sort of a skirmisher dragoon comp with them. So I think should be pretty good here. I will say the Wakina rifle is looking a lot better than the Fulani at this point because it'll outrange them, and the damage is also better too, so that's good. Oh, he's got some raiders now too. These are essentially like little mini Sawars that the Hausa can get, and they're a very massive unit. They're actually more similar to step riders in the sense that you can have them for one pop, so you can mass them pretty easily, you know, pretty easily. See if who gets the first. Oh, Hausa got the first strike. Again, some nice shots there in the bow riders. You might want to pull those raiders away though, unless you're snaring. Alright, well, they seem to survive there, which I'm pretty surprised by. But where are the Wakina riflemen? So they're back on the base with some bow riders. It's good to get the Comanche trade language as soon as possible because it cheapens all your gold costs. So get it sooner rather than later if you have a Comanche native site under your control. Also, it's going to add in more Javelin Riders, I think, which is quite good. The Javelin Riders are actually another one-pop cav unit, so you can stack these pretty easily yourself if you can get a ton of them, you know. They can be quite the formidable opponent because there's so many of them. As I said, Wakina Rifle would end up beating him out in the end. Not just because of the lack of upgrades, but because, you know, a gunpowder skirm is definitely going to take care of Fulani archers very easily, regardless. Big time. So that was a good battle. Let's find another one now. Load it up and scroll down for some more action, yep. Red Kid versus Chinese name. versus Chinese name. Hey, it's Chinese name, everybody. Everybody loves Chinese name. Big time, yeah. See what this one is. Like Red Kid has the Lakota and Asian person name has Japanese, Japoneses. Very good. Japan, very powerful civ, you know. It's actually, to me, kind of surprising it's the first time we've seen Japan the whole night. Because Japan has some very powerful assets. Namely, they got a really solid economy with all the shrines, especially on Great Plains, because this map has a ton of hunts on it that you can run the shrines on. And then, they get a really good musket, the Ashigaru, which you can use pretty easily to get around in fighting, because it actually has a better movement speed than a standard musket, so you can run circles around enemy muskets and get some really good corners and good strikes on them, which is quite nice. So yeah, very good reason to use the Japanese, I think. He is starting with the consulate, which tells me that he's gonna go Portuguese consulate, Portuguese allies. Yep. And the reason you do that is because, number one, it cheapens your shrines in every other building you have, because that's the Portuguese consulate allies bonus, cheaper buildings. But what it also cheapens is your wonders, because your wonders are also buildings, so it actually cuts down on their food costs, so that you can afford them easier. You can get a much earlier Tsugu shrine with it. It'll cost a ton less food. And then you can go crazy boom on all the shrines pretty much. Yeah. Usually when you go Portuguese, that means you're gonna probably be going to Shugu Shrine to go full greed. But I could be wrong. We'll have to see. Also, looks like, yep. Is he gonna build the, yep, he's gonna build the orchard with that, it looks like, yeah. Yep, generally speaking, you usually use one of your orchard rickshaws to do some scouting, and then you bring them back to build the orchard afterwards. And all cherry orchards are is basically a big giant berry bush, because the Japanese villas are totally like almost vegan in this game. You know, they can't. Well, they're not vegan; they're pescatarian, because they can still fish, but they just can't eat any huntables, and they can't eat any herdables, but they can eat fish. That's about it. So yeah. This is a Toshugu shrine, right? Yep, Toshugu. Going full greed. Whereas Lakota are gonna go messenger for a quick rush. And they're probably gonna press them like crazy with all these troops going for the Tokawa soldiers, the Axe Rider, the Setan Bowman, all those. Pretty much, yep. And then one thing you can do in Age 2 with the Lakota is you can actually go for mass Axe Riders to raid your opponent. And then as soon as they get like pikemen and muskets and stuff, you can go Liman trade muskets to turn all of your axe riders into rifle riders and essentially turn them into like mounted skirms, with the added benefits of dragoons for you too. So that's quite good usually when you're playing Lakota. Oh, I see walls going up. I see walls. I see walls going up. We don't rarely ever see walls in this game, so you know Japan's doing something very turtle-ish here. And very greedy. Also has a monastery too. Oh, he's going Renegados. Ooh, you don't usually see the Renegados. That's very interesting. Yeah, again, some Renegados though. Some basic outlaw skirms. Oh, so he has the atonement card. Yeah, he's probably going to send atonement very soon to make the outlaws costless population. Then he can make Yohimbos as well. Yeah, the Yohimbos are a very solid mercenary. They're basically a dragoon, so they're like a cav archer. But they get really good stats, and then they get a hand attack with a katana that actually does one splash. It's one of the only dragoon units in the game that does splash damage in melee, which is pretty fun, you know, because it's one of those dragoons you actually want to use for melee purposes, yeah. So Comancheros and Renegados. We don't usually see Comancheros be used that much. Kind of an interesting choice. Yeah, no. I guess what Japan is basing it off of here is the fact that they have so much housing space because of the shrines that they feel like they can go outlaws. Which, it's alright, but obviously the Lakota goes fast fortress, so I think what they're going to have with the Wakina rifles is going to be much better than all the stuff you already have here. Yeah. No, it is. The Wakina rifles is going to blast apart all of this stuff that he's doing, you know. Wakina rifle, all things considered, has a similar range damage to the Renegado, but it's a one-pop unit, so it's going to be a lot more stackable here, to say the least. Yeah. wonder if these walls will stand up at all. It looks like the problem is that even though he has walls here, these troops are ranged, so these vills are still sitting ducks regardless of the walls. So I don't know what the walls are even for then. Thinking maybe he was assuming he was gonna go Axe Rider or something, but absolutely not. He's just going Dragoon Skirm again to deal with it. That's how he's gonna basically deal with you. Japan is getting a Golden Pavilion though, so they'll get some free units out here right now to try to fight this back. Now what they do after that point, I have no idea. It's got Yumi ship-ins, flaming arrows, naganatas, Ashigarus, so it really depends what Japan wants to go for here, yeah. Yoimbos, ooh, I like that. Yoimbos are not to be trifled with. They're a very powerful unit. It just depends on how this player uses them. If he uses them very carefully, Yoimbos can be very powerful. You gotta look for the right opportunities and then send them into melee against these Wakinas. Yeah, pretty much. You also got some Ondabushis, or Yamabushis from the consulate too, for the Japanese isolationism. So, yeah, he's quite a lot of stuff there. Oh man, he stuck the bow riders right in front of the Yoimbos. That's not good. Because he wants to hit the squishy Rakinas in the back. He can't now. Yeah, no, I mean, if he didn't have all those bow riders there, I think he would have shredded them, but oh man, he's gonna have to queue up some more now, though. Yeah, he theoretically can, because he's got coin, right? Yeah, no, he can make another batch of Yoimbos if he has to. He's got the gold for it. But will it be enough, though, is the question. He's switching to his Ascaris? He's going to his Ascaris for? I don't think the Ascari is going to be better than the Yoimbo. You should just keep going Yoimbo. Ascari is just not what the doctor asked for, honestly. Definitely not. Yeah, Scar to me was just a bad call. If you were going Yoimbos, you should have just stuck with them. There was like no reason to go to Ascari, man. Like, the only thing the Ascari counters is like the hand cav units, right? Oh, he had Tokala soldiers, but yeah, still Yoimbo would be better for that, because it counters like almost everything he had there, whereas the Ascari only counters one or two things. Yeah, no, I don't know about that one, man. Really confused. Hey, it's Jeff. Hi, Gringo. I don't know. Last one for me, I think. That's all I'm gonna say. Yep. What time is it now? It's 11:30. Is that right? Well, if you think people are gonna start falling asleep and stuff, I'll probably just do one more. Because this is the thing. This is tournament games, so I want to make sure people are up to see all this stuff, basically. Yeah. So let me find a good one here now. Which one are we on now? Let's see. Trying to scroll. Phoenix versus Look Tom. Why does that sound familiar? Phoenix versus... Is this the same one we just saw? If it is, I'll find another one. Yeah, it is. Why did they submit stuff that they already did again? That's weird. That means we're gonna have to remember now what we're doing here, so we don't actually accidentally look at the same stuff we already did. Yeah, basically. Did we see this one too? Trying to use my memory. Yes, we did. Julian K versus Yaya. We did not see Yaya. Yaya. Let's see what that one is. Julian K would be a good one to end it on too. Oh, interesting. So we got Julian K as the Swedes, and then we got Yaya as the Spanish. Oh, okay. Very nice. I'm guessing Yaya is like a martial arts sort of thing, like Yaya, like that.
Preparada.
Probably. But yeah. Let's see what this is all about.
Hola.
So, in this
¿Cuál
situation,
es tu comando? Correcto.
I think Sweden. I actually haven't dealt with a lot of Sweden versus Spain's before in 1v1, so I can't be the perfect predictor of this, but I will say, if Spain has any sort of fast fortress stuff in mind, at least you know the Caroliners are really well equipped to deal with Lancers. That's what I do know. Having that range counter cavalry multiplier gives you a lot more time to down those Lancers, so the biggest threat would maybe be Falconets. Yeah, I'm trying to think now. I'm trying to recall if I've ever seen a Spain versus Sweden before in House of the Trading Post or whatever. Yeah, no. I don't think I have. But I could say theoretically Carolina could counter like a Falconet Lancer type thing. But I don't know about the skirmishes though. You better hope that you have a stable for that. Yeah, no. Interesting. I have never... Nice dog. Nice dog. Rip, rip. Yeah, the thing is, I have never seen a Sweden go for a trading post before, so that's kind of interesting. Yeah, absolutely is. So, yeah. I'm trying to understand that, though. Like, why would you go for a trading post in the start with Sweden? Shouldn't you be focusing on the torps? Because it's literally the torps that's bringing you in extra resources around the mines and the trees. I don't know. Like, that's a weird one. I'm just thinking out loud there. Like, what's up with the trading posts? I mean, I'm going to look at his deck, obviously, and try to discern that. And okay, so what has he got? He's got 3 Vills, Blueberries, Engelberg Ironworks. These are like the Trinity, really. You go for this, 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 and a sort of order. It's pretty good, usually. And if you need wood, you can obviously send wood. March of the Hakapalites. Oh, interesting. So there's a potential that Julian K might go for Hakapalites early instead of going... Now that might be a lifesaver, you know? Depending on what Spain's plans are with the fast fortress, getting some early Haka police might give you a distinct advantage. It's tough to say, you know. As you know, Haka police deal some splash damage in their range attacks, so maybe you might be able to squeegee some stuff out with there. Just saying. As far as the rest is concerned, you got higher Jaegers because that's an essential one. Trample tactics. Quite good. Even as a Hakapalid shipment there. So this Swean likes his Hakapalids quite a bit. You can tell. More than he likes his Caroliners. Range cowies. Yeah, the 1v1 Haka. There you go. It's a Haka-based deck. It's going to be all Dragoons, potentially. Absolutely. What's his age up going to be? Naturalist, right? Yep, the Naturalist. Standard. Spain's going with the Governor, like they usually do for the coin and the tower. From the looks of it, I can't tell if he's going to go with any sort of aggro, or is he just going to... Yeah, I don't know. Actually, he's dropping the wood in the transition, though. Yep. Oh, wow, look at that. Snaring the tower there. Good. He'll be able to down some of the HP a bit and force him to repair, maybe, which could be good. Or no, he's going to back off now, looks like. Actually, I'll use this. Make it a bit easier on myself. Oh, we got the Royal Decree Gustavian Guard. Now that's quite good because that's a big stack of halberdiers that he's going to be running now. Oh man, look at that. Raising the barracks down. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very good. He's going to pull back probably. Wait for some more help to arrive. Because here's the thing. If Spain's going rods, I believe that rods are not going to stand a chance against veteran help. Definitely not. And now he's trying to add in muskets too, it looks like. And yeah, just not going to happen. What's Sweden's plan now? So now that they got the Halbs, I'm guessing he's going to go Fortress Age, maybe? Is that right? This is pretty interesting now, to say the least. Yeah. Oh no! Oh man, he doesn't know how to handle the helms. Oh wow, Sweden beat him to the fast fortress. Unbelievable. It's pretty sad when Sweden's beating you in fast fortress when you're Spain. Tell me about it. It's like insane. He's gonna get him with Phelps now. He's gonna set up his Haka Police. He's cooking. He's cooking some good. He got the Savalax Jaeger batch now. Oh man, this is not good. This is not good to be Spain. Absolutely not. Definitely not.
Redo.
Attack now. Upgrade your trade route. Oh man, let's see how this Falconet micro goes. Oop. Oops. Gonna get him with the. Oh, we should have went into bombard mode faster and could have shot one of them. Now he's dead. Now he's dead. So dead. Oh man. Ugh. I don't know what to tell you, man. Oop. GGG. Yeah, good one to end it on too. I liked seeing that because I never thought of using Sweden in that way before. Good job, Julian K, on that one. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, looks like everybody's fallen asleep, so we're probably gonna continue casting these another time now. Signing off now from this one. See you on the next PK Tournament Cast a Game stream I do. Might be tomorrow night, might be another night. Haven't decided yet, so we'll figure it out.